Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on where you are in the world. How is everyone doing? Let's see, we've got Q first, as always. And we've got Lucky. Nice to see you. We've got a couple others who've been quiet. Nothing wrong with that. How was your weekend? It was good. It was a nice long weekend this time. Actually felt a lot longer than it really was because normally I would have had a doctor's appointment on Monday, or a therapy appointment on Monday. It was like my usual day, but we have changed that day to Wednesdays now. So this is my first week adjusting to the new schedule. I hope you guys had good weekends. I'd love to hear about them. It's been getting a lot colder here. I don't know about you guys. We are actually getting hit with a bit of a snowstorm today. I thought we were going to have no more snow for the rest of the year, but Mother Nature said otherwise. That's okay, though. I'm excited for it, because now we get to make snow cream. Doing good myself, just looking through CurseForge to make my own mod pack for Minecraft Java Edition. Oh, that's neat! We were starting to talk about playing Minecraft again recently. At the moment, it's just kind of trying to decide who wants what mods, what version, who wants what, and then picking out a server. 6 to 10 inches starting in a couple of hours. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's coming down pretty hard. Actually, I've prepared a picture for you guys. This is what it looks like right now. That is right outside my window. We usually don't get snow that comes down this fast because there wasn't a single bit of snow on the ground when I got up today. And now there's definitely at least 6 inches. I don't expect it to last that long, though. They've already predicted that it's going to turn into rain later on in the night, which I'm sure will melt most of it. Either way, though, it's nice to see a little bit of it right here before the end of the whole, like, winter season. Because when does winter technically end? It's during March, right? It's so weird to think that Valentine's Day is a winter holiday. I'll never forget one year I went on a double date during a Valentine's Day. We were at a convention at the time, and you had to walk from the convention center down the, like, main strip area with all the different shopping centers and whatnot. And the place that we wanted to get food was all the way at the end. But there was such a big blizzard going on at the time that we had to walk from one door to a building to another. I'm talking like maybe 10 feet. And we had to go into the buildings to stop and warm up again because of how fucking cold it was. Greg, do you have someone to spend the day with, if that's not too personal? I do. Not a romantic partner or anything, but I do have my pets and my mother, and we are going to make a wonderful day of it because to us, Valentine's Day is not really about romance. It's just about love. Any kind of love, any form. Platonic, romantic. I'm happy for it. Maybe we'll make some cookies. That's always fun. What about you guys? I'd love to know if anyone's got any plans. I always feel like Valentine's Day is a difficult one for a lot of people because there is such a heavy pressure for romantic stuff. But to me, I'm going to be honest, it's always been about the Walmart stuffed animals. I have 2 gators that live on my bed. One is, I don't know, maybe like 2.5 feet long. and the other one is maybe 5 feet long. And they're both Valentine's Day plushies that I got on clearance the day after Valentine's Day. And they're the fucking best. Valentine's Day plushies are my favorite thing about this holiday. Working noon to 10, even though I have a partner, but it's online, so I can't ask off without being suspicious and or getting fired just because I'm the only one at my position. Oh, that sucks. I hope you guys are able to do something nice for the day after. Long distance relationships do make it a bit harder. That is the beauty of them, though. It takes a lot of work to make a long distance relationship work out. And those who are able to, I have a lot of respect for. It's dedication and commitment. There's a lot of people who can't make that work even with an in-person relationship. Also, I do apologize if my voice sounds extra scratchy today or if I'm clearing my throat a little more. I'm starting to get more of a sore throat. I don't think I'm going to be getting completely sick, but today I'm definitely feeling it. So I've made myself a nice cup of tea to go with stream today. Thank you, baby! Plan is to enjoy some noodles and wish my girlfriend a happy Valentine's Day. That is a wonderful plan. Noodles are some of the best comfort food, to be honest. Actually, last night we made some spaghetti. And I don't know how other people like to make their spaghetti, but we like to keep the noodles separate from the sauce. So we'll put the sauce in the fridge in the pan, and we'll put the noodles in a little, like, separate container or baggie or something. And this morning, I'm sitting in the living room drinking my coffee, and I hear Mom in the kitchen, and I hear the bag open, and she goes, "God, I love the smell of noodles." And I don't know, there was just something about the way that she said it and the level of enthusiasm. It's like, man, I feel that. Valentine's Day is very much a love-hate holiday for me, but I try to make the best of it one way or another. That's the best we can do. If the romance side of things isn't working out for you, make it a Galentine's Day. You and your gal pals. Make it a friendship day. Or like I used to do back in high school, Singles Awareness Day. Went and bought a 10-pack of noodles for $1.70. Shit! That's a good deal! Just remembered my second job has my ass on from 8 to 11. So I'm working 13 hours. Oh no. Oh, poor baby. Noodles do smell good though. Valentine's Day. Yeah, it's another good one. There's so many different ways you can celebrate it. There's nothing about holidays, in my opinion, that is set in stone. Holidays are just a day that we, all us fancy monkeys, decided we're gonna just celebrate something. And it's different for everyone. There's no definitive way to celebrate a holiday. I don't give a shit. If you celebrate Christmas, you can celebrate it religiously. You can celebrate it non-religiously. It's up to you. We do non-religious Christmas. We just celebrate the fat man. Everything's made up. Do what makes you happy. As long as it's not hurting anyone else. Bold of you to assume I have friends near me that I can hang out with on Valentine's Day. Bitch, hang out with me! We'll do our own Valentine's Day. Wait a minute. Actually, hold on. Let me check something. What day is Valentine's Day on? Is it Friday? Let me check. It is on Friday. It's not a normal stream day for me. What is this game rated? So, this is gonna sound really weird. A really, really long time ago, a friend gifted me a game when I first moved in with grandma to take care of her. It was called Perfect Date. It's a visual novel / dating simulator about cats. Maybe we'll do a special Valentine's Day stream and we can collectively, as a stream chat, date cats. Only problem is I have nothing, like I have no information about this game. He gifted it to me as a joke because he thought the title was hilarious and he thought the artwork was really funny. So I'm not sure if this is like a joke game, if this is a mature themed game. It doesn't look like it, but I'll check into it a little bit and then I'll let you guys know. Swooning over Stan's Valentine stream. Just gonna open a bottle of wine and draw Abby and Peanuts. Ooh! Oh my god, yes. Let's so do that. We'll have some frou-frou drinks, draw some sexy ladies and or other people, date some cats, make it the perfect Valentine's Day. I'll keep you guys posted on that one, whether or not we're actually going to stream anything for that. But either way, yes, Chauncey, I'm totally down to kidnap you and do something fun. Bottles getting opened one way or another. Mod pack I'm working on is looking to be a 1.20.1 mod pack. I am unsure of what that means. I don't even know what version of Minecraft is like the most recent version now. Last time I played it was... Ooh. I'm just gonna go with a while ago. It was before my room was finished. May have been around when, shortly after Security Breach came out. Whenever it was, I think they had only just added those little alloy fairies. Ally, yeah. Allies? Oh god, now you're confusing me. Which one is it? All I really know about it was that we have a friend, Manic. He was also on our server, and he had mods and stuff for it as well. And his little allies were all dressed up to look like different Chow from the Chow Gardens of Sonic. Oh. Huh. Weird that those emotes are different on the stream than they are in chat. Why does the Palestine flag not show up as an emote? Hmm. ally, but it's pronounced similar to ally. Okay. It's all countries. Good. Yeah, it's probably something to do with just the input reading. Different systems have different like base emotes that they draw from. At least from what I remember reading in the past. So especially with things like flags, flags, and there's one other. Hold on, I'm checking my phone to see what other groups there are for emotes, because I know my phone has a lot that do not cross over. It's all those little boxy symbols, whatever those are that like, it's just a square with a symbol in it. A lot of those don't cross-translate either. But we'd have a tad bit of a problem for a second when it wouldn't do the Palestinian one. Yeah, I was also starting to kind of question that. Thank you for testing that. I will say we are in for some weird discoveries like that going forward for the next 4 years here. I'll try not to dwell on that subject for too terribly long. But we do live in a scary time frame right now. And little things like that are good to keep an eye out for and just make a personal note of. Oof. Sorry, I just glanced out the window and it's like just a waterfall of light from the snow. Well, I'm probably going to go ahead and move over in just a few minutes here and start doing some warm-ups because I didn't realize this until I went live, but my hands are ridiculously shaky today. Back in late 20? Alrighty. We will see you around, Lucky. I attribute part of the handshaking to getting sick. The start of getting sick. Let me go ahead and open up a new canvas here just for scrap doodles. One thing I think that I would like to try and do for warm-ups is some gesture sketches for different characters, but to do that, I'm going to have to pick out some poses first. Oh god, I open up my pose folder and it's all pinups. Panini's curled up in my tortilla blanket. She's a panini wrap. Oh, no baby. Bronx has been in a very similar mindset today. She's not a fan of snow at all. She was very eager to go out this morning, and as soon as she got to the door and saw the snow, she was like, oh, hell no, fuck this, I'd rather pee inside. She very reluctantly had to be dragged out the back door. It's Snugglepup weather. It sure is. Snugglepup and Snugglecat. I'm surprised Boko's not in here already. He's been extremely demanding of snuggles lately. Boko will arrive on his own time. He sure will. He comes and goes as he pleases, and arrives exactly when he intends to. So I think what I'm going to do here is gather up a couple of different poses from my pose folder and drop them into a sketch document so that I can just do a couple of gesture sketches all at once and not have to be flipping back and forth. So I'll just keep chit-chatting with y'all here until I have a couple picked out. Hello, friendly introvert. Good to see you today. Murder drones mod. That'll be fun. We will be moving over to the drawing side of things in just a few minutes. Right now, I'm just kind of picking out some sketches or some poses to do some sketches of. Because my hands are very, very shaky today and I've got to loosen them up. Oh, wow. Hello, foe. Have you seen the How to Train Your Dragon doodles I shared a couple days? I did, yes. I had to skim over everything kind of fast today. But I was able to take a glance at some of the artwork that you've been sharing and some of the stuff that you guys have been talking about. And I am so, so excited that Bendy was having its anniversary yesterday. I didn't realize that that would be the timing for things, but if I had, I would have pushed a little harder to bring Bendy back. We'll be doing that again tomorrow, though. But Friendly, yes, I did see your art and it looks beautiful, beautiful. I cannot get over your people and the line of action throughout. You do such a great job at that flow throughout the designs. I'm a little biased towards characters that have wings and tails, though. You see the Huggy Beanie. Oh, yes! Yes, because I thought it was weird that he had two mouths. I think I've seen a couple different bootleg Huggy merch things like that floating around. Especially locally, a lot of like local stores carry bootleg things like that. Huggy really does suffer a lot from it. Been trying to be more free with shaping the characters' bodies instead of tunnel visioning the physical realism of the anatomy. That is very hard to shift gears on. Actually, that's a little bit of what I'll be doing in a few minutes here. Reminds me of, hold on, I've talked about this before, but gesture versus realism. I know I just saved it again recently, too. It's always right when I need it that I can never find it. Did I bookmark it? I feel like maybe I bookmarked it. I didn't bookmark it. Do any of you guys know what I'm talking about with the gesture versus accuracy sketches between a guy who was doing sketches of Phil from Hercules, the satyr? It was a really interesting little comparison between the two. Oh, it's gonna kill me. Hello, D-Cruz. I'm just looking for a reference that I would like to show you guys of comparing gesture drawing to accuracy drawing. But unfortunately, I'm not able to find the reference itself that I have saved, and because I don't remember where I saved it. I'm checking one last place where it might be. Ooey, no dice. If I do come across it, I will share it with you guys. We'll talk about it more around that time. I don't want to hold you up for too terribly long on this, though, without being able to actually find the imagery to talk about. Alas. Well, let's see, what have you guys been saying? Oh. Focus on gesture and energy rather than anatomical correctness. Yes. Made another doodle last night and basically jumping back into my How to Train Your Dragon obsession at that point. Good! Follow the dopamine. Crash Twitch on my phone trying to get all of my mods for Java. Oh no! So gestures tend to focus more on the movement of the drawing, I'm told. Yes. A lot more focus on the line of action and just the overall composition. Guess how many points that I've got? I've got, oh my god, too many. I'm going to keep getting more points until the jump scare redeem is added. Shared a new OC that I made. She's my main OC, Sophia. She is a cat girl, and she was my main OC since high school. Aw! We'd love to see that. Let me go take a look. Ah, Friendly, I am so obsessed with the way you draw wings. Oh, she's a ginger kitty! That's very cute. I love that. Alrighty. Well, let's go ahead and move on over. I'm going to start doing a couple of little warm-up sketches. It's a little earlier than our usual time frame, but we'll kill this last 20 minutes before the first ad by doing that. That way we can be ready to jump right into inking the rest of the Ragatha emotes. So let's see. Get the tablet on out. Move on over. There we are. And we've got two little eggies down here. Who are you guys? D. Cruz, of course. And Honeyberry. Welcome, Honeyberry. I'm going to pop you on up there. If you would like at any point to hatch from your nest, feel free. Or hatch from your egg, feel free. I'm just popping you up there for the time being so that I can tell if there are any new eggs that join us. Also, there's going to be a message floating across the screen. It's going to be pretty self-explanatory. I'm feeling pretty okay right now, but I may end up not being quite as chatty as the stream goes on just because my throat does hurt a little bit today. Yeah, let me go ahead and get these references in a place where I can see them. I think I'm going to be sticking with Poppy Playtime characters just because I'm still facing the brain rot. So maybe we'll start with a couple of doughy sketches. He's a pretty easy shape to work with. But before we even do that, let's just start doing some scratchies. The more we can regain that confidence in the single stroke, the better the art will go. To be fair, Dowie could literally have any shape he wants. This is true, and you've just made me envision what he would look like if he like morphed his body into like a bodybuilder shape, and this upsets me deeply. Like trying to imagine him without the belly is weird. Or if he had more legs. Not like more as a number, but like just if he had more leg to his body. Because right now, the leg ratio to body ratio is virtually non-existent. Oh, goodness. That wasn't thunder, was it? Oh, wait. It might have just been in the sounds. Yeah, it's the music. Shit. Sitting here thinking, I've never been in a snowstorm with thunder before. This'll be interesting. Oof. I'm actually going to do a second round of these because I can feel my grip is not correct. Anyone else ever have that issue? I don't know how much you guys have to do warm-ups or anything. I usually don't. If I'm just going to doodle, I'll usually just be sitting here talking with friends or whatever on Discord and randomly get a hair up my ass to draw something, pick up the tablet and just start sketching. But on days like this, I'm trying to condition myself to start being a little bit more prepared for what it is that I'm trying to get into for the day. And already I can feel my grip is a lot more sturdy, even though it's still slipping out of place. Kinger, when he takes off his robe. Robeless Kinger is so cursed. Wait, okay, so do we actually know he has a body under there?
Oh, this is beautiful.
No, this is not beauty. Well, yeah, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I can't argue that. This is just warm-ups, though. But thank you. I never remember to do warm-ups. I don't even know what warm-ups are best to do. It's just dependent on your own needs. So I know for me, my hands shake a lot, and that's due to a medication that I have started. That's something that I didn't grow up with, so I didn't have to do warm-ups for the longest time, but now I do. So it's something I just kind of have to work with. But if you are the kind of person who draws very loosely to begin with, so when you sketch, for example, do you sketch like this? Like when you're drawing, do these repeated little hatchy lines as you're going around and doing things? Because if you do art that way, this kind of back and forth stroke is a good warm-up for you. Make sure that it's long strokes, though. Don't do your little sketchy ones, because that'll lock your arm up. This helps loosen both that muscle and your joints out, because you have to angle your whole wrist, your whole shoulder, if you're really doing it right. So you really would work it out a lot better that way. And it kind of just conditions your muscles to want to move a little bit more loosely. And it makes the sketching go a little faster, a little more easy. But the circles are another good one, again, to loosen up the shoulder predominantly, especially this outward angle, because if you're like me, I'm right-handed, so it's very easy for me to do this. This is just a pivot. I could do this all day. In one spot, not moving my hand, it would just remain in this zone. It would probably never leave. But ask me to do it the other way, there's no pivot for my hand to work with. So now going this way, I have to use my whole arm, my whole shoulder to try and get that same effect. So doing the circles forces your whole shoulder to work in tandem with that pivot that you're used to doing. It gets your wrists, your finger joints, your shoulder, your elbow, everything moving. The grip struggle. We're being told in class to let my whole arm loose up whole drawing instead of limiting it to my wrist. Yes. And that is a very useful thing, but also not very easy to do on a small canvas. So if you're used to working tiny, I have this canvas, this tablet screen is only about, actually, I've got a ruler here. We can find out. Let's see. So my tablet's only about 5 inches tall, the screen part that I can work with. Now, if I were working on a more traditional canvas, I'd probably want it to be larger. Just depends. But being able to use your entire arm on a canvas this size is kind of hard. It's more so more in the elbow, I'd say, than anything. This kind of a side angle works better for working out the elbow. Remember being told in class, oh, wait, hold on. Where am I reading this? Literally how I started the Valentino-inspired moth adoptable I'm working on. What's the other side? Oh, you mean the measurement for the tablet? I always tried to draw using my whole arm, but 70% of the time, only in detail work will I pinpoint my usage to the wrist and hand. Yeah, you kind of have to. You gotta lock in. What is the other side? Well, let's find out. I'll use the tape measure for that because that's actually a little bigger. I keep a tiny tape measure right in my desk drawer. So the screen portion is only 11.5. And I was wrong. The other side is 6.5. I do have my hardware specs in the About page on the channel. So if you want to know exactly what kind of tablet I have, it's the Huion Canvas 13 Pro. And I would definitely recommend it. If you've never used a screen tablet before, this was my first one. Still is my first one. Whoops. You use math to figure out your screen size. Well, that's just the working screen size. That's not the entire tablet. Also, hello, Ninja. Thank you for the boop. Been trying not to zoom in so much so that I don't end up screwing proportions and stuff. Yeah, oh, I'm bad about that too. My Huion tablet. When I say I don't agree with the CCP, uh-oh, you're speaking fancy words. Chinese government. Oh no, are those one of the things that are being held up in all that mess right now? Okay. I think my wrists are loose enough now that I can attempt. Oh, it's just a thumb jump. Okay. Screen's about 13 inches. Thank you, Q, for verifying that math. I feel like Doughy kind of really encompasses the melting vibe of depression. Like, it's like such a terrible thing to say, but it's very true. I just kind of want to draw him blobbing out. Really embracing the dough man part of Doughy the Dough Man. How's my favorite dinosaur? I'm your favorite dinosaur? I'm doing pretty good. A little sick, but still finding ways to enjoy myself. Thankfully, my throat's not hurting real bad or anything yet. Just a little irritant. But thankfully, I have some salted caramel tea to keep me company with that. I hope things have been doing good on your end of things. It's big old blobby feet. The other critters probably climb on top of him all of the time. Exhausted and hungry, but I do have pizza on the way. Ooh, pizza sounds so good right now. I don't actually remember the last time I had pizza. That's not true. Last time I had pizza was homemade pizza. Mom got real excited because she drug out the bread machine. She got on a bread kick. One of the first things that she wanted to do was make pizza dough. It's really good though. We loaded that thing up. Actually, we might make another one soon. We got some mushrooms that need to be cooked soon. Oh my god, I love him so much. He's such a blob. Literally. These screens use the hypotenuse of their length and height for their screen size, which means to figure it out, you just do a squared plus b squared equals c squared. And one of the things Gur sings about, peace is nice, peace is nice, peace is better than chicken and rice. Man, I really need to go back and watch Zim. Let's have him like rubbing his head. That's a good use of that hand over there. Maybe he's like fixing his hat. Doesn't really matter. Just want to include the use of the hand so it's not disappearing and removing itself from the silhouette. He's so grumpy. Tired old man. Actually, do we have an age on Joey? Do we know how old Jackie was? Not me immediately getting sidetracked. He was born in the 1980s. That's all we really know. That's too deep of a rabbit hole for me to dive into right now. Oh no! Poor ninja. I'm gonna round out this arm just a bit more. Kind of make it look a little bit more flattened. Because that's what we want this gesture to be. He is tired, and he is kaput. Good. Maybe I'll find some action poses too and try to do a couple gestures of the player. Let's try one or two. The player's pretty easy because it's basically just a glorified stick figure. Oop, and our ads are finally going to start in about a minute here. Don't worry, you won't be missing out on much. So he was created in 1993? Was he? When was the Hour of Joy? I thought that was 1993. I got all my dates fucked up now. Hour of Joy was 95. Okay. Shit. He didn't get to be alive for very long. Happy 2-year anniversary of being a Doman. Now slaughter everyone. I guess in his defense, we don't really know where he was during the Hour of Joy. Uh-oh. Oh no, Lucky, you've asked that question during the ad break. I don't know if you can even hear me. Whoa. Dang, my hands are shaking a little bit more than I realized. I just went to pull the mug of tea up to my mouth and I could feel it clacking against my teeth. You can hear me. Okay. I'm doing pretty good. I'm enjoying the view of the snow, which actually I can't even actually see that much anymore now that it's dark. It gets so dark so fast. Ads just don't work for me. They never have. Sorry, you get no money, no idea why. Could be an ad blocker of some sort. Sometimes mine will block ads, sometimes it won't. I will also say I am referencing another piece of art right now. So I don't want this to come off as like I'm cheating. I am referencing a piece of art on Pinterest, which unfortunately has no source included with it. I may be able to find it real quick. So this is the artwork in question. It's just a generic kind of gesture pose, and I believe the original artist might be... I'll put their name in chat. That might be the artist, but I am unsure. I'm mostly trying to take that rough dynamic and kind of work it into the player's proportions. Considering Jack was the youngest as far as I'm aware, and I believe he was in his preteens, which would mean Doey's youngest personality is in his early 20s. Wasn't Matthew much older too? I want to say Matthew was closer to 18 at the time. So there's an amalgamation of different age mentalities going on in that bud. Low-key tweaking. I want to play Luigi's Mansion 3, but I'm doing it with a friend and I don't get to see him for another 2 weeks minimum. Oh no! Matthew was like 17, so early to late 20s, possibly early 30s. That would explain a lot, actually, because I feel like Matthew's kind of become the dominant personality because he was so caretaking of others, and I feel like that would kind of include himself, quote unquote, himself as Doey. Himself being the other two personalities that went into it. Which is, I like this one. I think we could do something better with that leg. Is it supposed to be a did allegory? I didn't watch the streams. So, in a way, yes. Just not the kind of did that, for lack of better explanation, is the kind of did that is being paraded around by these chronically online kids who think that they have did. I'm not trying to invalidate anybody who has a mental disorder that I do not have the certification to diagnose. However, I did study did in high school and in college. That was one of my areas of interest that I explicitly went out of my way to study in psychology. And I don't want to invalidate others, so I will not really speak on that end of things. But I will say that Doey is depicted with did in a much more accurate way. He is literally 3 children, but with the way that the bigger bodies work, you know what you mean? I have friends that have did. They hate that fake shit too. I don't want to say that it's fake because I feel like if you are at the point where you are quote unquote faking did, there is still something mentally that is not being addressed. There is still a need that is not being met. Something is not wrong, but it's not being given the care that it needs. So that's why I don't want to just be like, oh, you're faking it or whatever. Like, because obviously there's still something wrong. And there is still something that needs attention given to and that needs to be worked out, that you need help coping with, or that you need a better system to help with or whatever. So that's why I'm very careful about the way that I'm saying this. But Doey was literally made out of 3 different people. And he is kind of a system, but it's a little bit ambiguous. They don't really tell us crystal clear the way that he works, whether, because they don't separate him. They don't be like, oh yeah, this is Matthew talking now. This is Kyle talking now. This is Jackie talking now. But there are very obvious signs of did switching, which is done so much more in the traditional diagnosis. So with traditional did, there is no like named personalities that come forward. There are no like, you wouldn't be like I just described, like, you know, Jack is talking right now. It is more so just this moment where it literally is a switch, but the brain is the same brain. They all kind of cohesively share memories. It's not usually a conscious thing of being aware that like, oh, someone else is in control. It's, like you said before, a system. So it's more like a Voltron situation than anything. But yes, Doey himself is very, very well depicted as a person with did. Honestly, he's one of the best ones that I've seen in a very, very long time. I don't know if it was unintentional or not. I think it was actually very intentional. I think that they really did attempt to do their research on it because it shows. If they didn't, it was just a very, very good, convenient, or coincidence, not convenience. I'm not in love with this leg. It's okay for what it is, but I feel like it could be better given this angle. Maybe we can twist it around in some way. Actually, these are just gestures. We're going to leave it. We're going to commit to that. Let that be its own thing. Move on. Because these are just sketches. So let's put you, I don't know, squeeze you in somewhere. Like Doey hitting himself or shaking. Yes. There are frequent moments where somebody will be talking and he'll do like a little bit of a head shake, which is a very common symptom of fighting, kind of like a fight for who wants to respond, for what part of the brain wants to respond. And it is oftentimes trying to resist impulsivity. So the way that one personality would want to react versus the way another one would want to react, there is that battle between the two, and one may be more dominant than the other and whatnot. But because we've had a well-established system with Dowie, with well-established methods of working with himself, it's just really well done. I'm very impressed with how they wrote him and how they animated him and how they didn't make it a gimmick. Like so many things that have embraced the popularity of multiple personality disorder as a gimmick as opposed to an actual mental thing that people have to live with. One system I mentioned can sometimes recognize who is fronting and who is not, but a decent amount of the time they cannot. Yes, that is generally how it usually would be. Also, the fact that he screams it's too loud during the fight. Yeah, that was another very, very good one. Either because he can also hear the objective sounds, because those can be extremely loud at times, or it's because of the identity clashing. Yes, it's just overstimulation as a whole. There's mental noise, there's external noise, there's conflict between different thoughts and everything. It's too loud. It's just too much. He's a wonderful character. I have so much respect for the artists and writers behind the characters of Poppy. CEO? Company running it? Fuck them. They're the worst. But the artists and the writers, goddamn, I love them. Let's do like kind of a smoke break-esque. Maybe they're just having a conversation or something. I thought you were suggesting we have a smoke break. I mean, y'all are welcome to if that's your thing. Looking like I'm going to have the house to myself tomorrow, which means I might get to have a true self-care day. Hell yes! Oh, embrace it. Spoil yourself. You deserve it. I have this issue where I want to write for my AUs, but my hand is always uncomfortable or sore when I actually sit down to write. Oh no! I hate it so much. Let me cook, damn it. It's the worst. I understand that pain more than I care to admit. Just woke up and I have no idea what's going on. It's alright, right now we're just doing some warm-up sketches. Loosen up the hands. Just try and get some gestures going and get the vibes out. And then once my hands are ready, I'm going to do some more inking on Ragatha's emotes. Oh. I'm just now realizing I'm not totally sure how the player would cross their arms. Just fucking tie their arms in a knot, and then the hands are just hanging down. Sitting on a box or something. Oh, I'm gonna wear what makes me comfortable, most likely just a skirt and my Hatsune Miku or splattered shirt, and play some video games and get some work on the level 0 campaign idea I've got. Good! Splatoon. Or fuck it, for shits and giggles, I might spend the day wearing a maid outfit. Go for it! You deserve to feel pretty! You deserve to feel bonita! One of these days I'll actually get around to writing up the player AU kind of that I've had in my head. That way it'll seem to make a little more sense to you guys that they look the way that they do. Very impatiently waiting for something. Maybe he's sitting through one of Dr. Sawyer's rants. Whoops, I drew that one on an entirely flipped canvas, my bad. I've never been very good at laying out my sketches. Some people are so... Chauncey's really good at it. Chauncey always has such beautiful sketch spreads. Let's put you over here. Maybe you can live in the corner for now. Actually, you should be flipped because I drew you flipped. If Blair doesn't want to sit through Sawyer's lectures, I will happily take his place. Yes, I do own one. The outfit was a gift from one of my friends because we joked about how mad my dad would get to see me in a maid outfit considering his reaction to me wearing a skirt and thigh-high socks. Well, I'm glad that you have something that makes you feel beautiful regardless. Throat hurting? Yeah. Getting a little bit of that flu still. It's been coming and going. Some days I haven't felt it at all, but today I'm definitely feeling it. Let's save this as a sketch spread. I'll go ahead and finish it up too. Hold on, make sure I put this in the correct folder. I want to do kind of a creepier one. I've had Huggy on the brain. Specifically, like, trying to make Huggy scarier. Although I'm gonna be honest, the way that I've been trying to doodle him lately, I feel like maybe I'm just trying to channel more bendy energy. One of the things about Huggy's design that I really like is how floppy and noodly he is, while still retaining all of his, like, scary features. Does normal Huggy have fingers? Or is that just Nightmare Huggy? We're gonna find out. He does, but it doesn't look like they separate. That's okay. I can work with that. Floppy. Found the image. Well, let me go take a look. Oh, you're so cute. Oh my gosh, that pose is perfect too. You're adorable, Q. Not only should you wear the maid outfit, you should wear all sorts of dresses because goddamn, you have like a beautiful body for that. Having a game named after one character and then having a different character on the cover and foremost on all the merch is so weird because I thought Huggy was Poppy for the longest time. Because they never even show Poppy on stuff and I had not played the games. You're not the only one. And ironically, the same thing happened to Zelda. Because Zelda is named after the princess, not Link. But that's why so many people for so long thought that Link was Zelda. Not adorable, I'm scary. Well, you guys have seen how I handle people and characters who are scary. I am endeared to them. Same thing with Garden of Ban Ban. Ban Ban himself is only on the cover part 2. Honestly, I don't know anything about Garden of Banban because I've tried to watch people play through it and I just can't get past how bad of a game it is. Like, it's one thing to be a bad game, because Poppy arguably is a bad series of games with all of the glitches and everything, but at least it's nice to look at. Banban just doesn't even feel like there was effort put into that. The voice acting sucks. The characters and their designs suck. The environment sucks. The writing sucks. What part about this is good? I think the only reason it got popular is because it looked so much like Poppy and that somehow it was able to convince people that Poppy came second. Maybe I'm wrong. I would love to know more about it from somebody who is passionate about Banban to correct me. What if Zelda were a girl? Picture of gender bent Link.
Someone's salty.
I am salty. I don't understand why people like Banban. I've tried. I love mascot horror. I wanted to get into it, but man, I just can't get into it. I can't. Remember one time as a kid on the school bus where one kid was dressed as Link for Halloween and I called them Zelda twice. I still look back at that memory and cringe in amusement to this day. Play My Friendly Neighborhood on stream. That's one I wouldn't mind playing on stream. From what I've seen of that one, at least it's a very cool concept. I like the direction that they tried to take it. I don't know if the execution went over super well, because I've only seen incomplete playthroughs. I don't think I've ever seen like a fully finished playthrough or anything. I know Spiff played a couple, but I may have zoned out while watching those. It's not really a great place for that leg, is it? Neither one of them actually are in a great place. Kind of hate to go the cop-out route of giving him digilegs, even though I know from time to time he does have them. Can't watch play stuff in first person for very long, sadly, even though I like some games that are in that state. I get really bad motion sickness. Ooh. I've heard a couple other people who have that issue as well. Out of curiosity, Ninja, you've mentioned before, I think, that you are older than I am. Do you mind sharing your age with us? If not, please don't feel pressured to. Because the reason I ask is that tends to be an issue more so with people who grew up with a Nintendo 64 or that era. 40 in June. Okay, yeah. You're on the younger end of things then. But for some reason, when the Nintendo 64 came out, there was something that happened mentally where it caused a lot of people who that was like their first game system and they were starting up with it. The 3D part of it caused a lot of motion sickness for people. And I've noticed that in that age range, it's still like, it's something that they still fight a lot in their adulthood. I don't know why, or if that's like, there really is a correlation between the two, but it's just an interesting kind of observation. Didn't have that as your first console? Then that's an even more interesting observation. few months ago, I got motion sickness from for the first time while playing a Roblox Tycoon game of all things. Sorry for anyone who's actually used a Virtual Boy. Oh God, I actually have. We didn't have one growing up, but my sister's first husband was an avid video game system collector. So for her Christmas gift for him one year, she got him an actual Virtual Boy. And I was allowed to try it. It was extraordinarily nauseating. Do not recommend. So much red, yes. It's like hell, a literal hellscape. Regular 3D platformers and stuff I have no problem with, just first person. Interesting. Ninja, have you ever tried anything VR and has it had the same reaction? If you have. MBB. Parents had Intellivision and Commodore VIC-20 before I was born. And then the first console that we got after I was born was an Atari 2600. I've always wanted to try and work on the Atari that my mom has. Because I don't know if it still works. If it doesn't, I want to make it work. It probably doesn't because it has been in storage in the worst conditions possible. But there's just such a curiosity that I have for it. Oh, you collect systems. Is the Virtual Boy even harder to find now? I'm sure it is because, I mean, shit, it's been out of production for so long. I used to go to a bunch of toy shows and like retro events for like old collectibles and games and toys and whatnot. I don't think I've ever seen a Virtual Boy at one of those events though. Let's break that tangent a little higher. It's not as rare. Oh, not rare as much. Oops, scrolling. As it's just a lot on secondary markets. I see. Remember, the first game I ever played was one of the old Sonic games. I wasn't able to beat it, but then there's another Sonic game I remember watching someone play where Sonic was fighting Silver and later running with Shadow. That must have been 06 or a later game, but 06 I know was like the landmark game for a lot of people. I actually never played that one. That's one I might do on stream sometime. The entire fucking settings UI is red and black because of it. Oh no. Old game events is actually how I got my Game Boy Advanced. Yeah, it's nice to be able to pick up on some of that old stuff. Like, I see a lot of secondhand market for video games, and it sucks out there right now. Like, seeing people charging literal thousands and thousands of dollars for a hard copy of a game that has no sense being as expensive as they're charging. Like, I'm all for collector mentality and everything, but when there is no other way for, like, I don't know. I understand if there's no other version of the game available. Obviously, there's going to be a higher market for that because it is a rarer find. But I feel like things have kind of been blown wildly out of proportion in the last several years here. It's like COVID happened, and then all of a sudden collectibles got insanely overpriced of any kind. Maybe because we were all stuck at home, forced to look at our lives. Continue to curse my parents not letting me get one when Toys R Us had them for like $20. Oh no! 06 are rivals and a half? Or 1-2? Not 06, no. If I had to describe the gameplay, the Silver fight was sort of turn-based, and the Running with Shadow segment was a 2D styled sort of thing. Huh. Yeah, Earthbound is exactly what I was referencing. Got an Atari 7800 a few years ago for less than $80 with shipping. That was pretty neat. Hey, sounds like a good deal. Sonic Rivals. Maybe I've never even heard of that one. Don't ask me why I gave this fool knees. He doesn't have knees. Doesn't he have like a toe on his foot? Ew, he does. All right. I really like the idea that Huggy's mouth does that thing that Pennywise's mouth does, where like the teeth can like fold out further. Kind of like an anglerfish, I guess. Like they're almost like mandibles. There we go. There's an ooky spooky huggy wuggy creature. He'd probably be fluffier than this, but that would be for another time. Scoot you down here a little bit. Proportion-wise, this one's not great, but whatever. I feel like my hands are loose enough that I can start doing a little bit of inking. Awah! None of it was in 3D from what I remember. Wish that the Vita was supported even 1/100th as much. Did you hear about the Switch 2 controllers having the option to be mice? No, that's the first I'm hearing of that at all. That scene that kicked up the QuickTime event running segment with Shadow and Sonic was a scene where they're in this jungle area. Sonic's carelessly throwing around and catching a Chaos Emerald in his hand, and something flies and steals it. And then they both have to chase after it. The only reason I know the PSP existed was because Kingdom of Hearts, Birth by Sleep, Mega Man powered up both Sonic Rivals games, and that was it. Oh, they were on PSP. Okay, no wonder I've never really heard of it. That is one that I did not have. My sister had one for a little bit, but I don't think she liked it. Oh, Brad, I'm going to go ahead and pop you up here. You as well, Ninja. Lucky, since you're a mobile egg, I'm going to let you stay down there. So, enough, Poppy. We're going to go back into doing these emotes for Ragatha. So we only have 2 left. Well, if you want to be with the other eggs, you can. I just figured that you wanted to have more range. Copying Switch 2 day 1 guaranteed the mouse shit will be used for like 20 games max, and that's it. Switch 2 controller patent had been released, and it shows them being used as mice. Huh. We only have 2 of these emotes to do. I'm going to start right away with the one that has the most solid sketch work. The one that I said that I was going to do first last time and blatantly did not. Let's size her down a little bit. Perfect. Now I'm frustrated not being able to see the game that these segments were from. Oh, I'm gonna channel this into my art like any good artist would.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. I was actually mid-drink while you did that. Been sipping at my tea this whole time, trying to soothe my throat a little bit from talking. All right away, want to make sure that our line weight is the same as the previous emote, so let's grab a previous emote. Pop it down. Yep, looks like it's unchanged. And we'll just leave her there for now. She can be our color reference. Guess I'll pass out. Good. Get yourself some good sleep so that tomorrow you can have a full day of self-care and not be snoozing through it. It was very nice to see you, Q. I'm going to try and do the opposite of how I've been doing this with the previous emotes and try to do the face early on. I've been very much avoiding that. Sleep is a form of self-care. That is true. But if you spend all of your day sleeping, then you won't have room for the other self-care. And if you don't get enough sleep, then you won't be able to provide the rest of the self-care. It'll be too eepy. God, I was on VR chat over the weekend, and a friend of mine was wearing the Dr. Sawyer avatar that someone has ported and set up. And he had a voice mod on for Sawyer's voice. He also has full body. And as if that's not enough, he is prone to being very, very much a snoozer in VR. So at one point while we were wandering around, I turned around to see Dr. Sawyer asleep on the ground. Just perfectly conked out. And I walked over and gave him a little poke, trying to see if he really was asleep. And in the filter's voice, he goes, "The doctor is eepy." Milkshake flavor suggestions. Are we talking good milkshake or cursed milkshake? Because it could go wildly in 2 different directions. Sass is fueled by 3 things: spite, chaos, and monster energy drinks. Oh god, what a combination. Honestly, the best milkshake that I've had in a while is one that is a seasonal only one at a food chain called Cookout, which we don't really call it that where I live, because we only have one, and it is built behind a very large telephone pole. So their sign normally would say, cookout. But the telephone pole covers up about this much of it. So we just kind of call it cock out. Cookout like from Food Theory? Maybe? I don't actually know how big of it. This is the only one that I know of in my entire state. There might be more, but it's not one that we've ever been to before I moved. And I think they are much more like middle American, like Texan sort of area than they are out towards the eastern side of things. What state am I in? Maryland. Maryland is a very tiny state, but very, very densely populated state. And it may as well be 2 states because the bay divides it. So Maryland kind of like, you have the mainland, okay? And then Maryland kind of like hangs off like that. And also half of it's Delaware. And also the bottom half of it is Virginia. So the rest of Maryland's kind of like this part over here, and then part of this, but then this kind of belongs up here, and this kind of belongs down here, and then in the middle here is no man's land. Maine is part of Maryland. East or West Virginia? Good question. I would assume east because it's in the ocean, which I guess is the furthest east you can get. Let me find out. Yeah, East Virginia. The whole area is technically called the Delmarva Peninsula. That's what that little, like, skin tag is hanging off of the map. Delmarva is what you would call that little piece, because it's 3 separate states. But fun fact, Delmarva is where Steven Universe is set. No joke, I did D&D today, and it was a Cult of the Lamb themed game, and the first thing I did was steal another player's followers. That player almost died within 5 minutes because they got caught trying to steal my followers, and my followers curb stomped them. I have a universe. Steven Universe, the cartoon. It was by Rebecca Sugar. Hasn't been on the air for a while, I don't think. They were pretty quick to take it down as soon as there were very obvious gays in the show. They don't hesitate to bring it back out again anytime there's a Pride event going on, though. Gotta get that gay money. They are cowards. I was cackling my ass off during the D&D session because because of it, and due to one of the DM's rules, we ended the session with me starting to cast a spell that takes 24 hours to cast, and when it's completed, I will be OP as all hell. Have you watched The Wild Robot? I have not. I've been wanting to. I just kind of keep forgetting that it came out. I know I'm going to love it when I watch it, though. I'm such a sucker for any kind of, like, robot liberation movies. Like, I, Robot was one of my favorite movies for a really, really long time. Dude, watch it. You will love it. I know I will. It's gonna make me cry, though. I know it's gonna make me cry, but I'll still love it. The animation in it looked amazing. Especially for a modern film. It seems like they've really, like, I don't know, animation's kind of become so cookie cutter in the last, like, decade here. Everyone's playing it safe because they're terrified to do something new. Oh, it will. I'm not a crier and I cried. Oh no! One of the DM's rules is after 5 natural 20s, a wild magic surge takes place, and one of the things that you can get is the option to cast any spell you want. Ooh. That also happens in Baldur's Gate, which we learned the hard way when, during a very big battle, I accidentally turned everybody on the playing field into dogs and cats. That was a bit of an oopsie on my part. BRB Rumi's cat is being a booger, and I want to see what he's doing. Okay. I'm surprised none of mine have shown up to be a booger by now. Usually the second I start talking, they start coming in here to harass me. Oh, you know what? I bet Mom has the heated blanket out right now because of the snow. And if that's the case, we're not going to see any of them. They are cemented to her. No, I'm doing the thing. Okay. Let me do her face, because if I don't, I'm just going to put it off till the end. Oh, and ads are coming up in about 3 minutes here. When they do, I am going to jump to the OA screen, just for a minute or two. Take my own little break, stand up, stretch. Normally I try and just kind of keep going throughout, but I want to refresh my drink. Piss break. Yeah, that too. I was very unsure about having Ragatha's mouth go up into her eye like this. But I kind of feel like it's still necessary as a stylistic choice. We'll see with the smaller version when we zoom out. Sing all by yourself, handsome? Where was the origin of that fucking meme? Because every time I hear it, it makes me think of Rouge. That's like the only time I see that is when people have made animations and shit with Rouge. Some Fallout parody, I think. Weirdly enough, that would make sense. I have a slight question for y'all. Am I the only fucker who confused Fallout and Bioshock? Not Bioshock, Borderlands. I think they both kind of came out at the same time originally, and only recently when the Fallout show came out did I really become aware of the fact that they are not the same series, that they are two separate series. Was that just me? Repeat. I confused Borderlands and Fallout for each other because they were both kind of like post-apocalyptic looking games with a lot of desert. And I was curious to know if I was the only one. Also, our ads are starting in about a minute here. A little less, maybe. Some cool stuff the Wild Magic Surge can do. For example, on a 35, your character's current outfit is replaced by a fancy ball gown or tuxedo. A 97 is any spell result. 69, nice, is similar except it's only for cantrips. 16 causes your teeth to glow in the dark. 48 turns you into Luffy for a minute. And 72 makes you grow goat horns. I like that. That's really fun. Stuff like that always adds the extra element of chaos that I like in a D&D game. All right. Ads are going to start up any second now, so I'm going to go ahead real quick and jump to the away screen and take care of some stuff, and then I'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. You guys are talking about ice cream. Favorite brand? Ooh. I've never really paid much attention to brand when it comes to ice cream. The only time I really pay attention to it is the cookie dough, because I'm very particular about what kind of cookie dough I like. Some brands make their cookie dough chunks like powder. Like there's just nothing holding them together. You bite into it and it just crumbles. It's disgusting. I hate that. And then the other brands, their cookie dough just doesn't have a cookie dough flavor. It's just like a sweet chunk. It doesn't taste like cookie. That defeats the purpose. Still a little food in the cat's dishes, and I told him I'd restock when he ate that. But that's not going to work. He can see the bottom, therefore it is empty. That is cat math. And his brother came over and promptly hoovered it up. Oh, okay, well that solved itself. Boko will do that quite often. If they have an automatic feeder, so it's like a water cooler, you know? It's got like the big jug, and it's full of kibble, and it goes down into the little like cavity underneath, and then there's like a bowl that like fills up with kibble from it. And it's because it's automatic, if they nibble out of the middle, it won't fill it back up again. So I have to go over and jiggle it to fill it back up so that he can't see the bottom of the middle of the bowl. Otherwise, he's fully convinced that it's empty. At that point, I would just go and get some vanilla ice cream and put some store-bought cookie dough into it. It's not the same! Apparently because cats' whiskers are so sensitive, I've heard people advise to use broader, more flattened bowls for cats to eat from so that their whiskers don't constantly brush against it. That actually makes sense. I never thought about that. Me to Angies. I'll feed you when all of this is eaten. Salem. Jumps off the couch, saunters over, and goes Kirby mode. Oh, Angus. I don't know, Angies is a pretty good name for a cat, too. It was one of my favorite shelter cat names when I was doing volunteer work. It was for a local cat colony that they were feeding. And they were doing the trap neuter release with. And he was one of the only ones of that group that were approachable. But he was a very grumpy looking cat. And he had a lot of attitude towards the other cats. So they named him, gotta remember how to pronounce this. Moth, are you here with me? I'm not hearing back from Moth. So it was a French word, and it sounded like ornery, which means bad-tempered and combative. But it sounded kind of like Henry, so it was like Henri, ennui. Ornery. Well, you know, it was a play on the word. To us, it was ornery, but in French, it was something else, and I don't remember what it was now. There have been a lot of really, really good cats and cat names in my experiences with all of the shelter stuff. I remember the first day I ever stepped foot in that shelter. It was when we had moved here for the first time, and I was just trying to find something to kind of do. Trying to meet new people and everything in this town. And I walked into the cat room, and right in the back, they had a single chair to sit on, and it was occupied at the time by the most rotund cat that I had ever seen in my life. It was very much a rescue situation where they had received him in the state that he was in. And this cat was like 3 or 4 times larger than the average cat, both in like size in general, but also in weight. He was a very distinguished man, one of those flat-faced cats. He was not really thrilled to have much engagement. And when I asked what is his name, they responded, "Oh, that's the wizard." I'm still unsure if that was a human or if that was a cat. It very easily could have just been a man using a polyjuice spell. Polymorph. Sent the wild magic surge list. Thank you. I'm gonna have to skim through that and get some inspiration. Lardman. Used to have 2 cats, Keith and Leroy. Keith was a runt and stayed relatively small, but Leroy just kept growing and growing. We were worried about his health, so we took him to the vet. Turns out he was fine. He was just a chonky boy. We had that same experience with Wolfie, actually. She's a very oddly proportioned cat. Because when we found her, she's our Arby's dumpster kitty. We found her behind the Arby's trying to eat French fries off of the parking lot. And just kind of scooped her up and took her home. She was only around like 8 weeks old at the time. But during her last vet visit, I was a little concerned. But everything's fine. Her health is good. She was simply diagnosed with fat. She's not overweight by a whole lot. Like, it's just because we have them doing the free roam or free range eating right now because Boko will not sit and eat in one go. So she's just a little overweight. Thankfully, it's just a little bit. Not much to be concerned of. Waltazar, Fultazar, Fee, Fo, Fultazar the Third. So mean to these cats. An old selfie with Keith. She was so small as a kitten that she would just climb up into the back of my neck and sleep there. Aww. Female beauty standards strike again. Oh, let me go take a look. Oh, little baby! Oh my gosh, you weren't kidding about how tiny they were. Oh, I love cats so much. That's the hardest part about having cats that aren't snugglers. My 2 cats that I had before, the current pair, were Harpo and Pinky. Harpo was my soulmate, and he was the biggest snuggler. He lived for cuddles. He was very much a lap cat, living in the lap of luxury. But my current two are very much still in their younger years and have yet to pick up on the fact that we want to snuggle them. Wolfie as a whole, she's just too timid. I think by the time that we found her, she was dangerously close to being a feral. So she's still adapting to domestic life. She's a little too skittish to want to be in people's laps right now. And we've been working to socialize her and everything, but it's something I don't think she's ever fully going to overcome. But that's okay. If she needs her space, she is entitled to it. Remy's cats are 11 and 12. Ooh, the oldest of the community cats at my parents are 8. Unfortunately, outdoor cats tend to have much shorter lifespans, but they can still live quite a long time. We used to have a lot of cat colonies around here, but that was in part to the women who had this house before we did. It was 2 elderly women who lived here before us, and they had, I forget how many cats, but I want to say 8 that were strictly indoor, but countless outdoor cats because they would just feed any that showed up. So once we moved in, we had Allah, are we back? Hello? I don't know if we're connected or not. Uh,
Did you remember to
what?
save all of your files?
I have not done that. Let me do that. Thank you for reminding me to save whoever that may have been. I'm afraid I'm juggling a lot of tabs all of a sudden, trying to make sure that everything is working. So I don't know what happened or why. Um, Okay. Yay, it didn't break up the podcast. Or whatever, not podcast, the whatever broadcast. That's what I was aiming for. Okay. So I don't know what happened there. That was weird. But for some reason, OBS just completely disconnected, and it once again was telling me that the stream key was not connected, which is untrue. This is probably an issue with the last update that they've done, because I saw that they were already trying to push out a new one. What did we miss? Satan! Hi! Satan, you have blessed us by cursing us. But thank you for the sub. How have you been? I haven't seen you in ages, but I hope you've been busy in a good way. We had, what, a cat, a burger, a ferret, a chicken? Welcome back. Thank you. Good night, Q. I'm looking forward to hearing about how good your day goes tomorrow. Never realized how weird podcast is. As weird was named because it's almost exclusively played on iPods. That's true. Although I think it would be weird to call it anything else at this point. Like voicecast? Podcast is just weirdly encompassing. Okay. So something's a little broken with the ads manager. Isn't that wonderful? I'm sure that's not going to be a problem. Audiocast. Radio. Oh no, you're right. It is just radio. Is there a way for me to... Yes, let's refresh this. Hmm. That's not good. How do I get back to my ads? Oh man. Okay. Got it working again. Our next ads are in about 35 minutes. That's interesting because normally I would have to go start all that over. So I had to completely shut down OBS to get it to figure out what the fuck the issue was. Normally it would start up and immediately run another ad and act as though this is an entirely new broadcast, but I'm glad that it didn't this time. We'll see how it holds up. This might have just become our day. Other things like movie and motion picture. They were named that way because of moving pictures, and moving pictures was such a game changer, but we don't even think of them as being pictures anymore. As much as like footage. Also film, even though almost no movies are ever stored on film anymore. Yeah, that's true. I actually was thinking about that the other day because we still say things like, "Did you catch that on camera?" Or "Did you catch that on film?" Evolution, technology, everything's changing. It's funny because a lot of people have been kind of hit with the jarring realization that when you ask a child to pretend that they're on the phone, they do it much differently than adults would. So a child pretending that they're on the phone, they're going to hold like a brick to their face, essentially. They're going to pretend that they're holding a brick to their face, whereas older generations tend to do the making the phone out of their hand, where they do like the hang loose sign, where the pinky goes to your mouth and the thumb goes to the ear, because that's how phones look like for us. No more banana phone. I always think stuff like that's very fun to notice. I do think that that's kind of going to be a huge roadblock going forward for a lot of games. And movies, for that matter. Because as technology evolves, we are kind of making it difficult to write a lot of the stories that we had back in the day. The fear of being stuck somewhere with no communication is not really something that happens much anymore because of the availability of phones and communication. Signal coverage and everything. That's always got to be the one thing that holds people back in these movies and stories and whatnot is, oh, my phone has no signal. But can you even remember the last time that your phone had no signal? Every time I go into a hospital. God damn it, that is right, though. I think forgetting to charge it and not being able to is a way out of those situations. Yeah. Every time I end up in a church, especially in a basement. All right. You guys are getting way too specific with like very good horror places to lose signal on your phone. I stand corrected. Pose a challenge and we shall take it on. Also, yes, hello, Kat. Kat, I wanted to tell you that I am very appreciative of all of the information that you were willing to share about the Bendy situation and the anniversary, but also all of that stuff about the Boris game. Because I actually had no idea that that was going on. I have the Boris game right now. Have not played it yet because I wasn't sure if that was part of the series in canon, like story wise. But I didn't know it was even going through that whole situation. My pleasure. Thank you for listening. I'm always worried about overdoing it on stuff like that. Absolutely not. Don't worry about that at all. Listen, as soon as I find out that this is somebody else's hyperfocus, I am thrilled to hear them go off about it. Learning from other people's passions is my favorite way to learn. I'm gonna cry, you're so sweet. No, I genuinely didn't know that there had been such a struggle for Bendy, because I know Bendy's one that kind of fell under the radar a little bit compared to several other of the mascot horror names. Like, even, I feel like Ban Ban has a little bit more attention drawn to it than Bendy does. It really did disappear for a while. But it did so in a way that I really didn't even notice. And as soon as you had mentioned that it happened, like it came out at the same, what is it? Dark Revival came out at the same time as Security Breach the same year. It's no wonder. Because I do very, very vaguely remember seeing some stuff with Bendy popping up at the same time, but I was just so blinded by Security Breach at the time that I just didn't even bother. And now I look back at that and it's like, man, that's really sad. I would have loved to have given it a chance. I just totally blind. Didn't even know what was going on. You seen the doodles I've been dumping? How to Train Your Dragon is back, baby! You're not the only one who's been going off on the How to Train Your Dragon kick. I've noticed that several other people have been getting hype for it again lately. Not sure where it's coming from, if not just the hype of there being a live-action movie coming out. I can't say I personally know exactly how I feel about the live-action movie right now. I have impulsive thoughts that I want to have, but I'm trying very hard not to give in to them and to let it have its chance. I don't know why there's such a big Steam sale right now, but a bunch of games on my wish list are under $30. Oh, shit! I didn't know there was a sale going on at all right now. Let's go ahead and give her a patch up here, because I don't think I have any patches of her showing anywhere else. Dark Revival came out literally a month before Security. Before? Oh man, that's a real shot to the foot. Console version wouldn't come out until March of 2023. I do know that the console version of Security Breach took a while to come out as well, but that was for legal terms, I believe, because they had it as like PC only contractually. And I think that also was kind of being used as an excuse because they weren't ready to release it on Switch. They would not be ready to release it on Switch for quite some time. Man, that's devastating, though. Not proud that it's happening, but I'm hoping it's at least decent. I mean, it seems like they are genuinely copying the movie frame by frame. So I can't imagine it would be bad. It just confuses me as to why. I swear I'm not trying to be like that person. Oh, sorry, just one moment. Okay, sorry about that. I had a sudden phone call and I didn't recognize the number. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't an emergency or anything. At least Security Breach got a Switch release. Bendy fans still haven't gotten a Switch port for Dark Revival, but they're apparently working on it alongside, counts fingers, 4 or 5 other games? Oh. 4 or 5 other Bendy games? I will say I'm not surprised to hear that they're still working on it, because the problem isn't them, the problem is the Switch. So in order to make a game for Switch, essentially, from what I've been told anyway, you essentially have to make the entire game from scratch again because of the way that the Switch operates on its system. It is not great. The Switch system itself also can't handle that much. Like, if you look at the Switch version of Security Breach, it is crunchy. Crunchy with a capital K. I mean, there's games on Switch that aren't AI-generated hentai and ripoffs. I haven't looked at the store in a while, but man. Let's just say that things at Nintendo haven't really been the same since Bowser became the CEO. Unfortunately, though, it kind of was inevitable. You can be a good company, or you can be a money-getting company. In the modern day, you're not allowed to be both. Here's the tea. Bendy got an interactive teaser called Secrets of the Machine, and most of its purpose was to announce Bendy's upcoming projects. These include The Cage, Silent City, Bendy 3, and Lone Wolf. And then we found out that there is a trademark for yet another game that's called Bendy Rubber Hose Rampage. Ooh. Shit, those all sound interesting. But Frag, think about the producing value for the shareholders. Fuck the shareholders. Think about the players, the people buying the fucking games. Your shareholders have nothing without people with autism who are hyper-focused on your little blue creature mascot. Feed us and we will feed you back. Your games are nothing without the artists who make porn of it. I remember reading somewhere where someone said that AI art will never be as good as human-made art because AI art can't be horny. A computer can't be horny. And I'm not gonna lie, it's a valid argument. I love a quote. It is. But it's true. The most creative bullshit that comes out of fandoms almost always exclusively comes from the horniest of people. Don't make me bring up the Onceler fandom. What about asexual artists? They're the ones who make the rest of it. They make all that gorgeous art that you see out there of like just pure fucking biblical level gorgeous art. That's not to say that the horny ones aren't also doing that. They're just doing that, but with more juices. Sorry, I could have picked any other word. It's pretty good for her lines. Let's go ahead and put the emphasis lines on her. Let's be real, there are some ace artists that are ridiculously good at horny art. Raise his hand! Just because some of us don't feel horny doesn't mean we can't make the spicy stuff as well. Exactly. Honestly, I'm very guilty of drawing smut art purely because I thought it would be funny, or I thought that that would be an interesting pose that I wanted to draw, and there was really no other circumstance that I could think to draw it. I'm sure if I really sat with it and tried to think of something I could have, but when the porn is right there, and you know that's gonna get the views, why resist it? Maybe less juices. On the bright side here, Ragatha's inks are done on this one. We'll go ahead and throw our flats down. Sampling from the original. Whoops. Need that on a specified layer, please. Remove your gap tolerance. The hell? Whoa, hold on. What's going on with my layers? What is happening here? What is selected? That was very odd. Oh, that would be why. Kami, damn it. Where is that pizza? I'm hungry. What'd you get on your pizza? I'm curious about everyone's pizza flavor types. Like, what toppings? I'd like to know if there are any cursed pizzas out there. One of my favorite combinations is ham and onion. Ham and onion on pizza is so fucking good. One with chimkin and bacon. The other the other with like a veg and basil and pesto. Ooh, I don't think I've ever had a pesto pizza. That does sound very good. Oh, you know what? No, that's wrong. I did have pesto pizza for the first time ever last year. So my sister's a big, like, not health food nut, but like weird food nut. Stuff that feels like it should be health food, but probably isn't. Like, she's not like a gluten-free person or anything, but she will like go get some really weird ingredients and make something like grain-free pasta or something. Like, I don't know. It's always something odd that she just decided is her new thing. So she had picked out a pizza place that I had never been to, and they do weird pizzas. And I'm trying to remember exactly what the ingredients were. I know it had artichoke and pesto. It also had feta cheese, which was unique because I don't usually like feta cheese at all. I don't know if there's like a weird thing to do with feta cheese. Like, you know how sometimes people have a certain genetic, like a gene or whatever that makes them taste cilantro and it tastes like soap? I think it might be something like that. But to me, feta cheese has always tasted, for lack of better description, like vomit. Like just straight vomit. I don't know if it's because of the acidity or what. It's just never been good to me. But on this pizza, it was very good. I was shocked that I ended up really loving it. Not to say that there's anything wrong with it, but I just need you to now... hold on. Need you to know I instinctively subconsciously frowned upon hearing ham and onion on pizza. Oh, but it's good though. Wait a minute. Hold on. You're Canadian. Is that something different to you? Because you guys have Canadian bacon. That's just ham. Most people think my favorite is cursed, except for my own stream audience, apparently. I like garlic pizza with broccoli and mushrooms. Oh, that sounds good. I don't think there's anywhere around us that offers broccoli on pizza. Now, have any of you had anchovies on pizza? Again, that's not something that is offered around me. I've tried to find places that will sell it, and none of them will. But I really want to try anchovies. Don't worry, we also have just regular ham. Never had anchovies, period. Perhaps someday. My boyfriend is Italian, so naturally he wasn't pleased to learn that I like Hawaiian. And that pineapple's my favorite topping. So I'm not a big Hawaiian fan. It's not something I go out of my way for. But I will say it's not bad. I like it. At the very least, I don't hate it. It's a unique flavor all its own, and I will eat it if it's there, but I don't prefer it because I'm not much of a sweet and savory person. I don't like to cross the two over very much. If I do, it has to be in very specific circumstances. So, like, I like orange chicken, and I like some teriyaki, but I do not like like traditional barbecue sauce. That's ugh, icky, gross. No, thank you. So I think that's where the pineapple pizza falls for me. It's a little bit too sweet for me to want to qualify it as pizza. That's the dessert pizza. Over the summer, I tried this pizza with potato, bacon, and ranch on it. That sounds good. Not big on sweet and savory either. There's very specific expectations, though. Yeah, I can do some things, and some things are really good. But most things, for the most part, my initial reaction will be like, I'll try it because I have to, but I'm not happy about it. Actually, before I commit to that decision, what color did we do the little things on Jack's pointy one? Oh, we just left those black. And that's okay. This seems more accusative. I like it. I think that's done on this one. So we'll change our canvas background to clear. Oh, wait a minute. Noticed we are missing... Ah! Wrong layer. Let's fill in those little spots that were missed here. That would be because I didn't have my settings up high enough. In the end, this doesn't really matter too much because it will be compressed to an emote size. So any of these little, like, kind of gaps in our pixels here are not really that big of a deal. Every time I get flatbread pizza, it's cut in weird shapes, like twice as many slices. Yeah, like the squares. I don't really know why they do that. Like, just cut it in triangles. A lot of small squares and long rectangles. Yeah, it's weird that they do that. I'm also not a fan of the square slices because you don't get a crust. Sometimes you get a little bit of crust, but you have nothing to hold it from. You just have to go, like, raw dog into the cheese. Been summoned and must depart. Hopefully I can make it back later, but in case I don't, happy doodling. It was very good to see you, Introvert. Thank you for hanging out with us for a little while here. I hope you have a good time wherever it is that your journey is taking you. One slice was the length of my thumb. Just reminds me of when I was a kid. My friends would, we're gonna start the next emote, by the way, but my friends would oftentimes end up getting the flat pizzas. And while we were at their house, you know, just doing kid stuff, hanging out, playing. And they invented the pizza lasagna, which is what they called it. And it was not so much of an invention, so much as just a childhood gimmick, where they would take the pizza and, like, the flat pieces, and they would stack them into a stack that resembled lasagna, and then try to eat it like a Scooby-Doo character. I think we need to play with the shape of this one a little bit. The only thing I don't like is the way that her hair kind of cuts off. I think we can fix that. Let's change our background first. There we go. That white checkered's blinding. For those who don't know, I work in Sci, so my entire canvas, unfortunately, is very bright. That's why I end up changing the color in the background to something darker. Sci does not have a dark mode yet, but I've heard that it is in the works. That's not too bad. I think that'll work. I am going to sketch a bit more on this one to define the hair tufts a bit, because I did not make that very clear for myself. Let me clear out these other parts and save this one as a new canvas. This will be our last Ragatha emote. Let me go ahead and keep some of our references on board too. Get out of here, Pomni. Whoops, and our ads are going to come up in about 1 minute here. I'm going to have to double check on that to make sure that they are not out of sync with where my timer is right now. Hopes this helps my roomie mentally/spiritually. They've been going through it a bit lately. Aw, I very much hope so as well. Some soul food, even though it's not soul food. I don't know, pizza kind of counts as soul food at this point. At least I feel like it does. Pizza to me is very much one of those, like, you know what, we're having a shitty day. Let's make it better kind of food. It's a dinner you don't have to make yourself. It's quick. It's tasty. Her bangs are where I'm really concerned, and that's just because I don't like drawing bangs on characters. It's always an issue for me to find out, like, where the sweet spot is to cover up their face. Or you could compartmentalize it as soul food and food for the soul. Yeah, there you go. If they have chicken soup for the soul, pizza can count. Yes. Wasn't there a weird conspiracy behind those books? Like the whole chicken soup for the soul series? I can't remember now if there was or if that's just something that... Oh! Huh. Maybe that is something that I just kind of picked up from random internet happenstance. Let me do a quick check. I don't like to spew misinformation. I'm only finding one thing that comes up, and it's on Business Insider, so I can't actually see you because you need to pay a membership to get into that shit. It was titled The Long, Strange Decline of the Iconic Chicken Soup for the Soul, America's of most shit. Chicken Soup for the Soul, Decline of America's Most Influential Brands. Apparently, they... Oh! Oh! Hi, Snake! Oh, why is everyone dancing? Oh, because Snake just subscribed as well. Thank you, Snake! Let me go ahead and give you your uppies. Nyong. But yes, Redbox also, or Chicken Soup for the Soul also apparently was an owner of Redbox and has filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy. So that's weird. On July 10th, 2024, a bankruptcy judge ordered Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment to undergo a Chapter 7 bankruptcy liquidation after accusing, oh, that's the name, Ruhana of misusing the business and failing to pay employees or support health care. At the Chapter 7 conversation, the company's assets will be liquidated, resulting in the cessation of its subsidiaries, including Crackle, Popcorn Flicks, and Redbox. In addition, over 1,000 employees were laid off, and 26,000 Redbox kiosks were shut down permanently. Huh. It's definitely more than I thought it would be. Frag, 7 months is amazing. Keep doing amazing. Okay. Oh, thank you, Snake. And thank you for supporting me. Thank all of you for that. Man, 7 months. It's so weird to think it's been that long. I still feel like I only just started like a month ago. I had my roomie rated you a few weeks ago because you're so cool. Which one was your roomie? You'll have to forgive me. I've kind of discovered recently that I have a terrible memory. Origami Rin. Oh, okay. I do remember them. Oh, what are you doing, Windows? Okay. Sorry, Windows gave me a very scary pop-up then. I've known them almost 20 years and they came to live here from New Hampshire, question mark? a year ago as of last Tuesday. Oh, shit! Hey, congratulations! I hope that being able to be in that location has been good for them. Here's the thing, though. You may think that it feels like just a month. That's due to you creating a beautiful community. Thanks with... Oh, scrolling. Thanks with the help of Rosie. And we love you so much, you silly bird. I'm still thinking about making a tie-dye raptor. I think you should. Tie-dye raptor sounds like such a really cool concept for a character. But seriously, personally, me, you really do help me at times because I can come home here and just be myself and not have to put on a mask, and I love your stream due to your stream being a safe space. Thank you. That's really nice to hear. I'm glad that I'm able to provide that kind of atmosphere for some of you guys. Admittedly, I'm trying to provide the atmosphere here that I wish I had had when I needed it. So I'm both happy and, like, a little heartachy. Because I don't want other people to be in situations where they don't have this kind of atmosphere. Especially in their regular daily lives and whatnot. But I'm glad that I'm able to help give a space where you guys can just be you and feel safe and exist, because you should be allowed to do that. Better than what they had going on before. It's a lot of mess that isn't my place to discuss, but I'm just hoping I can provide a safe and welcoming space for them. Exactly. Literally the most chill and, I guess, comfy streams I've ever been. Oh, you guys are so sweet. I'm over here feeling like I just bring nothing but chaos to the table most of the time. You guys are like, oh, your environment is so gentle and nice and pleasant, and I'm over here like, where do centaurs poop from? I don't know if you were present for that conversation, Ninja. We have the Centargument is a highlight on the channel now at this point. But I don't think I've forgotten. I've been brewing. Your stream community is one of my favorites to partake in. Aww! We don't talk about snakes, my people, like that. Real question is, do harpies have a cloaca? That's what I mean! Okay, hold on, I'm gonna go into it if we let me. You can't, you have to let me finish this emote. No, every time I go on Pinterest to look at, like, references for poses and stuff, I see a new hybrid creature that I did not propose the question to before, of where the anatomy of various different functions for the body would be located for this creature. One of these days I'm going to have an entire stream dedicated to just trying to define, like, what is the best location for the genitalia and butthole of various fantasy hybrid humanoids. Exactly, someone's got to do it. If I'm going to be known for anything in this world. Never mind, I'm not even going to complete the statement. I don't want to be known as the centaur poop person. That can be someone else. Someone over on Fur Affinity can have that title. Snake has left the chat. Made an alien species that is, I guess, humanoid, but also made sure that there was enough weird stuff to make it very obviously alien. They don't do droppings or anything, and they have no genders. They shed both excess food and waste from offspring from their hair. Ooh, that's a cool concept. One of my friends is known as the guy who made Bertram Piedmont body pillow. Oh my god! Life is short. Be weird in public. Yes! I embrace cringe, therefore I am free. Alright, if I keep cleaning this up, it's just going to turn into the line work anyway, so let's go ahead and start inking. Also had a character in the world mad that he couldn't fuck them. Alright, that's too real for me, though. Side glances at Sawyer. Brag, that's nasty. You don't ink on the stream. No, we'll have to make a Fansly account, I guess. Exclusive ink posting. Jokes aside, one of these days I will get around to doing a Fansly explicitly for doing, like, non-Twitch approved art, which is the politest way that I can say that, according to Twitch's guidelines. I've also kind of considered doing some Patreon stuff. Just trying to find more ways that I can make my art available to be seen by people who want to support me, but also trying to kind of keep to a more exclusive space. It's just hard right now being an artist on the internet. It's hard to find safe places to post things or share things, especially with the AI bros. Mo's gonna make Yowie. And Yuri. One of these days I'd like to get a couple other artist friends and do, like, maybe once a month, just a collective art challenge. Something goofy. Not meant to be taken seriously. Have any of you guys watched Drawfee on YouTube? Stop sharing my work on— oh, hold on! My face, it's frozen! Give me just a second. PNG Tuber Plus has decided to be a little finicky today. There we go. I'm gonna have to look into figuring out how to launch PNG Tuber Plus without it having Steam attached to it. Big ol' eye full of moss chests. Enjoy my fluff. I just realized, I can't wait to work on Thursday. Not that I'm like upset with NEP or anything, but I finished NEP. So now I get to work on something different on Thursdays. I'm really excited to get to do that. I've already been picking away at Dog Day. He actually might be close to ready to upload at this point, at least for the free version. I've got so many old projects that I'd get to pick up now. It's funny because I finished working on NEP last week, over the weekend, and I was sitting there after I finished it, just kind of like, I don't know, I guess malfunctioning. Because I had like choice paralysis now. It's like I'm done with this big project that I've spent months on. And now I can do anything that I want, but I have too many things to pick from now. So I just sit there and look at all of them overwhelmed. Oh, shit. I got off topic though. I was talking earlier about doing collabs with other artists and whatnot. And Drawfee. If you guys aren't familiar with Drawfee, they are a YouTube group of artists, and they will take various prompts from their community and just sometimes things that they've completely made up on their own. But they do really fun drawing ideas, and I would love to do that as a stream sometime with a bunch of other artists, especially artists with varying styles. I had written down a handful of prompts a while ago. I guess I should just paste them in the Discord at some point. Let you guys vote on what you would like to see us do. Feel that. I'm currently trying to overcome paralysis over building my cosplay stuff for my con next month. Oh no! Man, cosplay is one of the only things that fear is like the biggest motivator on. Part of me misses doing cosplay stuff, but unfortunately it did become a bit too expensive to continue. I'm hoping that one day our economy will recover enough to allow for it again, though. Whoa, what? Huh. I don't remember making that brush. What was I doing that needed that kind of texture? Oh, I remember now. Never mind. I haven't shown you guys yet, but I have a player model for Poppy Playtime, and I had been recently trying to experiment with his UV map. I can show a little preview of it, I think. It's not going to make a whole lot of sense. But this is the texture for the player. Or the alternate texture, anyway. He's got two. One with stickers and one without. And I had just finished my sticker designs on the last... not last stream, but I think the stream before that. And so this is kind of an idea of how he's going to look. This was a temporary placement of them. And some crayon drawings and whatnot. I would like to add a couple more little crayon smears and scuffs on him. Feel that. I'm just trying to get this Boris puppet done. Had great plan for a cosplay skit for the big masquerade, but when I went to record my audio for it today, my mic kept peaking, and it's been getting to my head. Aww. Don't let it get to your head. It doesn't have to be perfect. Remember the motto, finished, not perfect. You can always make it better later, but you have to make it exist first. I was looking into digital line art of raptors, but most of them are the fully feathered raptors or just the raptors without the feathers. I want a simple one like yours where it has scales, but also the feathers. Oh, I don't have scales. I just have shorter feathers in various parts. But I get what you're saying. Keep in mind, reason why I'm going with line art, I can't draw for shit, so most likely I'll color it. And yes, I know it's not actually me doing the art, but I can't draw. I get that. That's the whole point of bases. But I also believe that regardless of skill level, you should still try to draw. Just for fun, if nothing else. Did you ever get that lava? I am working on it right now. I've been conditioning it ever since you sent it, and I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. I've been trying to contact the company and ask them, like, at what point is the conditioning not working to make it clear? Because I don't know how clear it's supposed to be. But I mean, it looks beautiful. I've got it on right now, right next to me, and I've been wanting to take a video of it because I want to post it. I want to share it so you can see as well. But it hasn't really cleared up at all. And I don't know if it's supposed to, I don't know what the level of cloudiness is normal. And I think I'm just being a little too autistic about it. You know how like when you start to feel a little sick, so you Google your symptoms and then everywhere on the internet tells you you've got cancer? That's kind of how I feel like with the lava lamp situation. Because I keep looking at it thinking like, this looks really pretty. Is this not how it's supposed to look? And then I look at the box and the box is a totally different color than what it looks like. And then I look online and the reviews, all of them look different. So some of them are like crystal clear, other ones look like how mine looks, and then other ones look like you can't even see inside of them. So I'm like, I don't know, is this normal? Is this a good range to be in? Either way, though, it's beautiful, and I really, really don't want you to feel like it wasn't valued in any way, because it truly is. As soon as I get it up and running tonight, I'll post a picture in the Discord. Because right now, it's not fully warmed up. It's sort of doing that, like, that in-between state where everything kind of looks like a poop. I want to get a really nice picture of it, though. It looks so pretty on the dusk. I'm not chuffed about it. I just don't, I'm receiving so many different forms of information, and lava lamp people are apparently very aggressive. If you guys have ever, I doubt you ever have, hold on. There's like lava lamp forums. This shit was a rabbit hole that I fell down. Okay, there's a community called the Oozing Goo, which I was introduced to in my endeavors of trying to figure out, like, is this normal? Should I be taking different care? Like, what do I do with a lava lamp? I didn't know there was special care that lava lamps needed. I'm gonna link it so that you guys can see, but this website is still up and running and active, and it looks like it was created back in, like, I don't know, back in the beginning of the internet. I don't know if that link will work or not. But this is like an ancient forum that is where all of the lava lamp information in the world is apparently hosted. People here are so funny because they call themselves goo heads. I'm just, like, I was introduced to a whole new world with all of this. But hey, if you need pictures of lava lamps, man, this is a great resource for it because every lava lamp in the world is just about documented on here. Like, shit, did you know that they could look like this? They come in metallic, too. I didn't know that they could come in different, like, types of colors. But there's, like, a metallic one. It doesn't show very well in the pictures. But it has, like, that silvery sheen in the wax. It's worth a deep dive. But there's so many cool different types of lava lamps and stuff, and these people know everything about it. They know what the liquid is, they know what the wax is. Oh god. The lava lamp talk is over. It's time for Parka Fagore. Music start! Chi-chi-chi-chi-wop-bye. Boing boing. Chi-chi-chi-chi-wop-bye. Boing boing. Hey, come on! Moge, 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 moge. Chi-chi-wo-moge. I love him. All right, that's okay. That's okay to completely derail this conversation because I wanted to bring that up, actually. No, you can say that. Opai is allowed. We're allowed to talk about Opai. But yes, I finally started. Oh.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Ink Bleeder. We've been jumping from one topic to the other very rapidly. But I just started rewatching Zatch Bell. And I specifically chose to watch the English version. Holy shit, guys. This show has aged exactly as I was hoping it would. I would show you a clip of it, but I did get a warning when I was uploading the VOD on YouTube for showing the clip of Eggman saying you have big boobs to Rouge. So I have to go back and edit that on the YouTube VOD. But there's a clip from the first episode where like Zatch is kind of getting to know Kyo, who is the human guy, and he's standing up for Kyo, trying to prove that he like believes in him and stuff. And he's being attacked by a bully. And the bully's like, why do you believe in Kyo? Like, he's not coming to save you. Like, you're such a stupid kid. And then Zatch is like, yeah, he's gonna come save me no matter what, because I believe in Kyo. He's just taking a while because, he's pooping. Yeah, that's right. He's in the bathroom. And then Kyo, from the other side of the door of the roof where they are, is listening in, and he's like being touched by Zatch's like faith in him because he's kind of been an asshole this whole time. And so his grand entrance was to go along with the bit, and he throws the door open. He goes, "Man, I feel good." Fucking show, it's so good. We need to do a watch night with it. Love that you took the time to green screen and key all of that. I did. I did not do Kane. Kane was one that somebody else had made, but I did make the Parco Fagore one, and it took me a month. No, I feel like the show has aged like wine at this point. And that's judging it purely based off of episode 1. I'm gonna be so sad if I find out that the original Japanese version wasn't meant to be comedic. I mean, obviously there are gonna be times where it's not comedic, but the comedy in it is just so good. It's so bad and good at the same time. It's worth that. Face palms. Judge me all you want. I've got good taste. Did they keep the boob songs? They did not. They changed it. They kept it, but they changed the lyrics. It is no longer Chi-Chi Opae. It is, hey, hey, let's dance all day. But all of everything else is still the same. The dance moves, the song itself. The only thing that they changed was the cover image of the CD. It's still very obviously a song about boobs. I would love to do, like, a video essay covering the history of bad censorship for early animes like that. Bad and weird. Because I'm pretty sure One Piece suffered a lot of it in the beginning as well. I'll have to ask Mew on that one. Mew's been binging One Piece. I don't know how she's had the endurance to do it, but... It's funny because I've never been much of an anime person. I didn't get into Naruto as a kid. I wasn't into, like, any of them, really. It's not because I had a dislike for it. It's just that anime kind of, at the time, was a very generic thing. All anime sort of looked the same. I mean, they had their differences. And if you were a fan of anime, you knew that. But I was not in the beginning or anything. I kind of had to have friends who were into anime already introduce me more to it. And until you, like, kind of have an appreciation for it, you can't really tell a lot of the time what makes them different from each other, aside from very, very slight stylization choices. Whoops! There goes my tablet pen. Grabs nose. You listen here, you really need to calm down, okay? We understand you love boobs, but we need to be a stream friendly. This is a Minecraft stream, and we can't let boobs come into our Minecraft stream. There will be boobs. You cannot stop it. The boobs are inevitable. The boobening. Was that the boob of 87? I'm sorry, I'm just fucking going off now. The clowntism's going.
Bubble, you can't say that.
I can say worse. Watch this. Hold on. Here we go. Let's go. Mammaries. Did I say that right? Tits. Nipple. Life is hard. Boobs are soft. I'm gonna put boobs in Minecraft. No, they'd be square.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you. I don't think I've saved in a while. Stream gets restricted in 69 countries. Maybe I should put a 21 and up restriction on my stream. I have it for vulgarity, but I don't have it for excessive nudity or whatever. What is that tag? Sexual themes, content that focuses on sexualized physical attributes and activities, sexual topics, or experiences. I don't know, part of me still feels like this falls under significant profanity or vulgarity. But I get it. Ragatha Loki judging us. Swipes credit card between my Minecraft GF's boob and butt crack. Yeah, Ragatha's pretty accurate response to this conversation right now. No, I'm not sorry. It will happen again. Hear me out. Hear me out. Oh god. What happens if doing that all you hear is a beep coming from between your Minecraft GF breasts and ass cheeks? Transaction completed. Your subscription to Minecraft Booty Realms has been continued. That'd only happen if you've got a proto-gen. Listen here, Ink. I'm also a proto-gen, all right? And let me tell you, that is a fact. Can I play Doom on you? If you can play Doom on the ordering kiosks at McDonald's, then you surely can be able to play Doom on a proto-gen. In fact, it's a built-in feature. I feel like every proto-gen would be born with one game built in, and it's either Tetris or Doom. There are two genders. Tetris and Doom. You can play Doom on a John Deere tractor, for Pete's sake. So somebody add the Google Internet Out game on their home lights for their proto-gen fursuit. Oh, that's cool. One with the 8-bit T-Rex. Yeah. Actually, there's a pack that I can add to our dinosaurs down here of the 8-bit T-Rexes from Google. I have not included it because they're not colorful, but what's weird is that my favorite console doesn't have either yet. Got Duke Nukem though. Duke Nukem's a pretty good one. Man, I used to watch my cousin play that one a lot growing up. I probably would have played it myself, but he was one of those guys who, like, I don't know, he thought that the entertaining part for AFAB people was to sit and watch because, you know, our tiny little brains weren't capable of playing video games, and if we were capable of playing games, we weren't capable of playing them well. So it was just better if I was a good child and sat quietly to watch the whole time. But it did allow me to get to experience the game in some form during the time frame that it was kind of relevant and whatnot. We found out that if you drop a pipe bomb in the bathroom, there is one alien, I guess, hellborn creature hiding in one of the stalls that before he dies, he'll poop. And just leave poop on the floor. And the best part was, you can just step in it and it becomes a smudge. The game was wild. I would know. I thought that shit was hilarious. Proto-gen girl can't play Doom, but she can suddenly play CBAT when banging just to fuck with people. Have you seen Fallen Aces? I have not. What is that? I feel like it sounds vaguely familiar. But I also feel like maybe that sounds a lot like some kind of AU for has-been stuff. So who knows? I only kind of passively observe the internet. Did it make a squish sound as well? I think it does. I'm sure you can find YouTube footage of it. It's a sort of retro FPS adventure game, very hard-boiled detective-based. Oh, that sounds neat. Actually, that reminds me, I was thinking last night, y'all remember the old, like, point-and-click adventure learning games that we used to have as kids? Like, a lot of them were like a school game, like math or something like that. But they would always have, like, fun characters and animations and whatnot, like, kind of Freddy Fish-esque, or Putt-Putt. BRB gotta go make Satch wait for me to save him. I'm gonna start saying that from now on. Get Gianni voiced a bunch of the goon enemies, including one that you find in the bathroom who shits violently for 6 whole minutes. Glorious. That is what I expect from modern day gameplay. Gianni is the guy who played Sebastian, right? In the Roblox game, Pressure. I don't know who that is, I just know that I keep hearing the name. And apparently he's popular among furries. He's kind of, like, from what I've been hearing, he's sort of become the new, Matt Mercer. Gabriel from Ultrakill. I also don't know anything about Ultrakill aside from what Foe has explained to me. You know why he's popular with the furries? No. Voices a synth in a furry porn game. Okay, that would make sense. That's a hell of a way to get started on a career. You start out with a porn game and then move on to a kids game. Well-rounded portfolio, at least. He did Twitch stream signings of pinups for the synth character that he voices. Good. Get that money. If that's the success that his career's based off of, it's not doing any harm to anyone. Own it. You need to check out his YouTube. It's full of great shit posts. Yeah, I'll have to look into him. I'm always a little bit reluctant to when it comes to, like, fandom celebrities, I guess. Because I don't know, I feel like it's just such a common thing where someone gets popular in a fandom for whatever reason, and then within a matter of months to a first year, we find out, oh, they did all this bad stuff. Oh, they've gotten in a fight with somebody, and oh, here's all these allegations, and Disraptor just can't be bothered with that shit. But he's kind of been hanging around for a while now. I hope that is not the case. Or will not become it anyway. Going to be outing myself right here, but the porn game Meet and Fuck, the song that it plays when the two partners get it on, I kind of found that on YouTube and I still listen to the song. Hell yeah! That's the thing, like, I don't really like the taboo behind sexual stuff. There's a time and place. But I don't feel like it should be seen as this, like, heathenist thing that, like, we can't talk about. Like, we're humans. We are monkeys. We are very horny monkeys. Sex is a part of our existence, whether we like it or not. And to treat it like this taboo subject that, like, it's not okay to talk about, like, you know, media wants us to treat it. Nah, I'm not about that. If we feel a need to be silenced over a subject, then that just means we need to talk about it more. I'm not saying that it needs to be normalized in every conversation, but I'm also saying that it doesn't need to be demonized either. Don't they voice Sebastian from Pressure? Yeah! Also, hi, Squeaks! I was talking about you earlier. There's been a lot of other voices. It's been a day. I actually feel overstimulated. Oh no, Katsu! Well, good. Join us here. This is hopefully a much more relaxing environment. Meat and Fuck Kingdom, Steve. So long as it's tagged appropriately, talk about sex all you want. Exactly! I was Squeaks because I was telling everybody about your your Sawyer voice on VR chat and how the doctor is Eepy. I want to draw that. Minecraft crashed again. Can't stop or fix it. Takes exactly 17 step sounds. Oops. Then it crashes. The doctor was just Eepy. Oh, good. Tuck him in. Tuck him in with his own little blanket cloak. Speaking of crude lewd, my friend came up with a way to reply to DM scammers. Sorry, can't talk. I'm balls deep in an Arby's roast beef sandwich because I miss my wife. Heard something rustling in the kitchen as I got up. Was worried that Salem had gotten into the pizza. Nope, he decided to hide in my tea cabinet for some reason. Aw! Oh, with promised pictures. Aw! No creeper. They're just trying to find the best blend. I should have been a little bit more careful picking out what tea I was going to have earlier. Because I forgot that honey and lemon can both help a sore throat. I didn't remember that until after I had already poured the water in my cup and put the tea bag in. And I realized that salted caramel might not be the best flavor to include lemon and tea, or lemon and honey in. These lines are just a little bit too thick on her eye on this side. There's a guy at my job who looks like the 8th and 13th Doctor from Doctor Who. That actor was the only one played in it twice, but with gray hair. I'm not a Doctor Who fan, but I did research. By the way, are you going to be on VR on Saturday? I don't know, actually. I have not quite planned that far ahead in my week. It's actually been pretty sporadic for when I do get on VR lately. Mostly just because I'm trying to focus a little bit more of my time on getting caught up on some projects. That or I end up having a headache that day. So VR just kind of becomes not much of an option on those days. Oops, and our ads are going to start in about a minute here. Bought my first alcohol at the store, meaning I have prior at restaurants. What kind of alcohol did you get? I did say the ads were coming up in a minute, right? I don't know if I just did that in my head or if I actually said that out loud. You whispered it to me specifically. A kingdom for a perfect circle. Mm-mm. It's fixable. Mike's Hard Lemonade. Mango. I don't like mango, but they do it right. They must, because if you're not a fan of mango, but you're a fan of that, they have changed the mango. I like Mike's. It's a good brand. There was one that I used to really like. It was some kind of hard root beer. You honest to God couldn't even taste the booze in it. And I want to say it was a pretty strong percentage for just like a casual bottled drink. Usually they're pretty low, like 5% or whatever. Tried the Arizona drink that has the same colors as my Fursona. Yeah? Do you like it? Horribly disappointed. Oh no! Hey Frag, just curious. Yeah, what's up? Arizona tea gummies aren't bad though. Oh, I do like those gummies. I'm so sick of seeing the fleshy cowboy head commercial. Oh god, me too. I've only just started to see it today. How much would it be to commission you for my tie-dye raptor Fursona? I don't actually know because I have to redo my prices. So last time I updated my prices was around, I want to say 2018. And unfortunately, not only was I underselling myself at the time, but I also don't believe the prices that I was using are economically viable. I don't want to give you a number to get your hopes up on something that might change. I do apologize. Much as I want to start taking commissions, I do really want to focus, well, taking commissions again, I want to focus a little bit more on finishing up some of these backlogged projects first, at least as much as I'm able to. Because as I mentioned earlier, I finally got Nip out of the way. He is done as of last week. And his owner has done a beautiful job making renders already. I'll have to ask his permission if I can share some of them with you guys on Thursday. But I think that just about does it for our last Ragatha emote. Let me zoom out and make sure that expression's translating pretty good. Yeah, I think that's good. Browser just crashed and it reset my ads. Oh, hi! I'm sorry, that startled me. Oh, Ninja, have you not gotten that ad yet? It's been everywhere today. It's fucking weird. It like starts out in a gynecology office with a woman getting an ultrasound and the doctor says something along the lines of... Anyway, that was the punchline. No, the doctor says something along the lines of like, your son, it's gonna be a boy and also a cowboy or something like that. And so when he's born, he has like a molded cowboy hat to his skull that's made out of like human flesh. It's fucking weird. I don't even know what they're advertising now that I think about it. The only thing that stuck with me in the commercials at all was the fact that he had a weird meat hat. Junji Ito if he were American? Oh no! It's for Tubi? Then they really need to work on their advertising tactics because I didn't absorb at all what the brand was or what they were selling. I just absorbed, uh-oh, weird man with a meat hat. Do not like. And we are going to need the other reference for eyeshadow. There we are. So Trevor Henderson, oh my god, you're right. Wow, I never made that connection. Oh wait, no, I see now where this is going. He is Canadian. You're okay. So we're still yet to have the American Junji Ito. We were so close. I haven't been on anything that had ads today, so I guess gracefully never seen that. There we are. Finished my tea. It was very cold by the time that I got to the bottom. But I do feel like it's helped soothe my throat throughout the day. Big stretch! That's overdue. big stretch. Oh god, I could feel that one in my abs. I can tell I'm out of shape. You ever pull a muscle in your abs from doing a stretch like that? Oh, it's the worst. When did all these eggs get here? Hold on a second. Who's been pooping these out? Koopa! I'm gonna pop you on up here. Scoot you aside real quick, Katsu. And we've got Mug Muff and Squeaks and Reno. There you guys go. Sheesh, Canada has free healthcare and an English-speaking Junji Ito, already better than America. Come work out with me. I'm just starting to get back into physical activity again. We have a stationary bike that was secondhand, but very good because it's dead silent. All other exercise equipment we've struggled with because it's very noisy. And being noise sensitive like I am, I'm more prone not to use it if it makes an unpleasant sound. The last one I had taken apart. All right, don't judge me, but my neighbors were throwing it away. It was out on the side of the street, and it looked like a perfectly good exercise bike, so I thought, waste not, want not. I'll take it in. If it's broken, I'll fix it. And so I took it in, and I took it apart because it was insanely noisy. And when I put it back together, it was silent for the first, like, maybe 2 or 3 full loops, and then something on the inside fell. And it just stopped rotating. So I just kind of returned it to this side of the street. And it went on to have a beautiful life elsewhere with someone else, I'm sure. And you said, when did all these eggs get here? My immediate thought was, my friends after COVID. Canada also has moth. Where headphones do work to some extent, but we live in a very, very noisy area. So I oftentimes have headphones on pretty much 24/7. And being noise sensitive, I actually, what is it called? It's called hypo something. Hold on. Oh, what the hell is the name of it? It's not hyposensitivity. Hyperacusis. So hyperacusis is a diagnosis where loud noise causes me physical pain. And it can get worse. Like right now, I haven't been in a state of being triggered. So I'm doing pretty good. Wintertime is my best time because the noise kind of gets silent. It's not silent, but it's as quiet as it can be. For a bit of context, I live near an airport and a major highway and a major train station. It's just not a quiet area on top of all of the construction that is constantly happening around here. If you step outside, it's loud year round. But because of that and the hyperacusis, on days throughout summertime particularly, it can cause me so much physical pain that I end up in the ER from a combination of the pain and just autistic overwhelm. It's not fun. But that's also why I am trying to make more of a career out of streaming here, because I'm in a more controlled environment. The work that we were doing, I know I had mentioned earlier that something had happened and we were doing construction on my room. That was actually a gift from my grandmother. She wanted me to be able to have a protected space in some capacity while we were caring for her and everything. So we did construction on my bedroom here so that there is at least one room in the entire house that is moderately quiet. It's not silent. Again, it is very, very loud. But we doubled up the drywall in my room to try and do any form of noise suppression whatsoever. And this was after like my 5th trip to the hospital in one summer. So it's a little bit more noise proof in my room now. And I'm able to sit here with you guys in a controlled, quiet environment, have this music going. So what you guys are hearing with this music isn't just because it's relaxing and everything. It is also, do you hear that low bassy sound? So that helps drown out some of the machinery noise. On almost all of these lo-fi-esque songs, carry over that same kind of low hum. And that helps drown that out, because otherwise I'm exposed to it pretty much 24/7. Lawnmowers in particular. For some reason, this area is really, really bad for people with lawnmowers, and they go out of their way to get the noisy ones. We actually, I have a video I can share with you guys where I was coming home from grocery shopping. It was dark out, and dude who lives behind us was mowing his lawn in the dark after like 8 p.m. with high beams on this lawnmower that were brighter than my car's high beams. So I was standing in the front yard filming my neighbor's shed every time the guy behind would drive by and the lights would like light up the shed, and it just became bioluminescent. Like it was just like supernova with how bright everything got every time his lights were on things. So the decibel range usually
Someone's salty.
I'm a little salty. But the decibel range is pretty much almost in a constant state of in the 80s around here. It's loud. So that's why I'm trying to make conscious efforts of the things around my environment and in my regular life that are not loud, that are as silent as they can possibly be. Because I would like to have some points throughout my life where I don't have to have headphones on and I don't have to have something playing. I just kind of want it to be quiet. Last apartment was between 2 hospitals and like 3 blocks away from a jail and and a fire station. Oh. Too much. Well, I will say, that all being said, despite the location, I am very privileged to have had any kind of care from my grandmother to take care of my situation and to be conscious of the life that she'd be leaving behind for us. I do acknowledge that. And I don't want that to be seen as something that is just glossed over, because it is a privilege. There are a lot of people who also have hyperacusis who don't have an environment that they can feel safe in, who their condition does end up fucking with their whole lives. Because back when I was having to go into the hospital constantly, if you guys have ever had a panic attack before, it sucks. I don't know how much you guys might be aware of it, but there is something that can happen when you're hyperventilating, that your blood gets over-oxygenated. And I didn't know this, but your blood can get over-oxygenated. And when that happens, your limbs kind of stop working, especially your hands, your fingers in your hands. And that had happened to me. This was actually the one trip that we finally decided, okay, we need to do something about this, because my hands like curled up and like to my chest, like raptor style. So I had like raptor hands going on and I couldn't unbend my arm. I couldn't unbend my fingers. I lost like all feeling in my face, because apparently that's part of the blood oxygenation or hyper oxygenization. Big words. It's weird and it's scary, but I've overcome that. I have survived. I have moved on. I have processed. And I like to be able to talk about these things because it does spread the information. It's not a trauma for me anymore because it's been addressed and it's something that I have overcome. But it also can make others aware of the things that I've had to be through or be going through that other people they know might currently be going through, so then they can understand it better. Never hand out with Frag after my Taco Tuesday. Got it. Want to know something I'm oddly proud of? My username. I have shockingly not seen anyone else with the username Katsu Draws other than me. So it makes it very easy. Oh, so easy to make it my username on sites or games, and they aren't taken or need to add a bunch of random numbers. That's really cool, Katsu. And I wouldn't have expected that because I feel like Katsu is a very common kind of like, because isn't that a type of food or a way of preparing food like katsudon? BRB making a bunch of katsu drawn accounts. I know we've kind of been lingering on this one for a bit, even though it's done. Let me go ahead and save the PNG version. And then we will open up our progress folder. We can drag and drop our new emotes for a finished Ragatha. Oko! Hi, buddy. Finally come to join us. Yeah, chicken katsu, tonkatsu. Yeah! Damn, it's been forever since I've had good, like, just Asian food. I don't think I've had sushi in like a year. It's like my favorite food on earth. And just like that, Ragatha is done! Let's get all of Jax's combined. We can combine all of Rag's. I'm gonna go put the pizza in the fridge. I think my roomie's still asleep. They were up late / early to contact the state government, so I'm not surprised. Aw! What all emotes do you have left to finish? I have Zooble and Kane. So I will be starting on Zooble's now. Zooble, I wanted to kind of rework a little bit. I think just 2 of them need a little bit of adjusting. So for my own sanity, we will start with those last. Start with those last. Wow, that's not English. I mean, it is, but it's bad English. As a cat, I don't eat fish. Woof. Boy, Sai was having a little bit of trouble with that one. Now, I will say, the one that I might go back and change, I might make a closed mouth version of this one for Ragatha. And the reason for that is because I tested this one already, and her open mouth makes it very difficult to see all of her expression. So the original one that we had there...
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, I did just save. But our original one that we had a closed mouth anyway, so I don't think it'll change the effect that much. But we're going to go ahead and start with the easiest of the easy ones for Zooble. I think that our flip off and our thumbs up are going to be super quick, hopefully. So we'll reopen a rags, delete the file, change that canvas background back to a color, and then save it as a new file. Now I'm probably going to go ahead and keep a reference of Zooble open with this one. Just because I'm not totally confident on all of their shapes yet. I'm silly. Why don't I just open that in a new tab? No reason to take up the screen with that. Snooping as usual, I see. I'm honest to God surprised that there wasn't a reference to that meme in the last Sonic movie. Jim would have done it too. Yeah. He's been having a ton of fun playing Eggman. Alright. Let's hope Zoobs is gonna go pretty fast. That might have just been shooting myself in the foot, but we'll find out. The round shapes are honestly going to be what kills me. Let's bump the stabilizer up. One of these days, I'll learn how to use these slow stabilizers. It would benefit me tremendously to get into the habit of using them. Due to the trip around the area being about the different tribal stuff around, like totem poles and sites, and I got into the idea of spirit animals. Long story short, I'm interested in the thought of a buck or deer god, of harvest and giving, and his wolf guardian husband. No real inspiration to what was involved in the trip, just my head being my head. That's really cool. I was so obsessed with totem poles as a kid. Oh, ah!
The underscore true underscore god underscore of underscore cheese can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, the true god of cheese. If you would like to hatch from your egg, you can do so by clicking the twinkle beside my head here. There's a stream avatars button. It'll let you hatch into any of the dinosaurs in the list. If you're on mobile, it's going to be between the stream and the chat box itself. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. The underscore true underscore god underscore of gun underscore cheese. Thank you. I really do like how they managed to keep an organized chaos effect with Zubal's design. They're very much chaos incarnate because there seems to be no rhyme or reason. But in the same way as, like, the old screensavers for Windows computers. You remember, like, the pipes? And they would just, like, manifest and be, like, all around and, like, crazy and doing stuff like that? That's, like, the same feel that I get from Zubal's design. The pipes are calling. Oh, wah! I've been booped. I'm really glad that I didn't make the snarky joke I was about to make about how much quicker it would be to draw Zubal's head. Because I was gonna be an ass about it. And they are making sure that I make a fool of myself in the meantime. I still want to know how Zubal eats. Do you think they have to peck at their food like a bird? Imagine that they were passionate lovers in the past, but over the years the deer had to hibernate in a statue to keep balance, and so his wolf husband spending his many, many long years standing by and protecting the statue with his life. Missing dearly the embrace of the deer, but the loving aura from the statue and the thought of him being safe fills his drive to stand guard. Oh, I like that. That's really good. I would definitely see myself getting into a series like that. See, here's the problem, though. I need you guys to make those series. I need you to commit to the idea and create this wonderful concept of a creation. That way I can be your audience. But boss, that takes effort. Let me love you, damn it. I'm gonna have to make another redeem for y'all that's just the Shia LaBeouf do it meme. What if on certain days of the month or during certain occasions they are allowed to meet, but only in the wolf's dreams? Oh, I like that. If I had the funds, I would love to get a team together to make comics like that. See, here's the real trick. This is what they don't tell you in the industry. If you are passionate and you create yourself on your own time, there is no time frame that you have to do it. But if you just create little bits and pieces, over time it will start to accumulate. You can tell that story. You just have to do it. And that's the hardest part. It won't be the level that you're expecting, but you can't go into it expecting it to be at that level anyway. One day, maybe the remake will reach that point. But that's a long way down the road. First, we have to make it exist. If I don't know much about comic making and trying to approach the project, I get hella lost on where to start. Valid! There's a lot of really good resources out there for learning how to do comic stuff, and let's be honest, your first ones might suck. But that's the coolest part about art. You can always do it again. You can do it 1,000 times. In fact, you're encouraged to. Sometimes all it takes is the concept to get other people to be hyped about it and get on board with it. You never know. And at the end of the day, even if it doesn't become that grand Hollywood double feature or whatever, it's still something that you made. And it's still something that you absolutely should be proud of. I'm having a day. I like my Mike's Hard Lemonade, but I didn't think I like it enough to shower in it. Oh no! Mike's Hard Bukkake. The hard part with Zoopal's emotes is going to be trying to get this to not disappear at emote size. That one spiral eye is going to be a little bit of a problem. Not the worst start, though. Maybe later. I have an unrelated deer character who is named Mike and has a bull friend. I almost read that as bullfrog. Oh, I have a question. With the topic of bullfrog on my mind. Have any of you not experienced the call of the bullfrog? This is something that I learned a little while ago. I live in an area that is predominantly swampy because we are ocean-based. So it is very common for us to have a million different types of frogs, among which is the American bullfrog. But I have learned through my endeavors of meeting new people in various new regions on the internet that there are many people out there who have never heard a bullfrog before, and who are very startled to learn that a bullfrog makes noise at all. Because it's not the typical croak that you would assume a frog would sound like. This motherfucker is huge. Oh, literally. I thought that was like a piece of media. They go, Bud, why, Zer. Probably likes frogs too, and probably tried to use a bullfrog as a nerdy attempt to flirt with Alexander. A friend pointed out the unintentional joke of Alexander Granbull. See, when I was a kid, we used to go frog hunting on the regular. That was just like a hobby. That was something that you did when you were a child who was bored and video games weren't cutting it. You would just go outside and frog hunt because they were everywhere. And bullfrogs are some of the most common. But a bullfrog's not easy to catch. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Am I doing this hand wrong? Not me literally standing here giving the middle finger to figure out which side the two fingers go on. Okay, I do have it right. Hi, Pargafagori. The whiplash that I am getting right now. Chi 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 walk by, boing boing. Chi 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 walk by, boing boing. Hey, come on! Moge, 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 chi chi wo moge. Hi, Void. You may or may not have scared the piss out of me. I may or may not have kicked the shit out of my desk. But it's okay. Parkafagore makes all of our worries go away. I don't know if you could hear that when I hit the desk or not. I'll have to run that one back myself. heard you spook didn't hear any desk kicking. Good. That means my filters are working. Oof. All right, now that my brain has caught back up with the rest of me. Hello, Void. I hope that you had a great weekend. Wants to get the idea for what I wanted a hand to do, to take a picture of me holding a phone without using my phone. So I used a bottle of sleeping medicine, not thin enough thickness-wise, but with the angle that I held it, it worked perfectly fine. That's neat. I'm thinning out this area on their face a little bit more because that is the most important thing to keep track of on Zubal's design is tangents. No, I go off on tangents a lot. But we have no room for tangents in this art stream. I'm gonna take a bath. Enjoy it! Use something aromatherapeutic. Get them good smellies. Today was better than yesterday, but to be clear, that particular bar was down in hell. Oh. Well, I'm glad that today was a little better. I hope that that same momentum carries forward into tomorrow. So about that airline food. Monday sucked so much. Aw. Mondays are prone for that. Also, I have new insoles because my shoes now... Oh, in my shoes now. So hopefully my feet don't hurt as bad tomorrow. Hopefully. Sometimes an insole can make all the difference in the world. I had to start wearing insoles for a while after I did nerve damage to my feet from wearing heels to a cosplay contest. I don't know how long I had to stay in line on those heels, but goddamn, it was so bad. The next day, I took them off when we got back to the hotel room. And the next day they were still numb. And I thought, that's probably not normal. But I've still got 2 days of this convention to worry about, so that's a later problem. It was not, in fact, a later problem. It was a several years later problem. This Monday was a Monday among Mondays. Oh no! I'm so sorry, it was a Monday among Mondays. I have Mondays off, so they don't usually for me, but next week I have a dentist appointment. Oh no! Is it just a routine dentist appointment, or are they doing anything? Let's see if I can get this squiggle in here without it looking weird. Deep clean plus a crown. Oh. So routine checkup is out of the question there. Well, it's best to get it over with and focus on the time after. We endure. I do hope that it goes well, though. As well as it can, anyway. That feels really weird, how sharply that stops. Maybe I should fix that. Well, hello, Bronx. You very aggressively just pushed your nose through my door there. Hi, baby. I see Grammy is done snuggling with you with the heated blanket, huh? It's time to pester me now. She was very salty with me last night because she wanted to go outside and chase rabbits. Because apparently the rabbits have been more active in anticipation for the snow. And the problem with that is that when she wants to go outside, I don't want to go outside because oftentimes it's anywhere from like 1 to 5 in the morning. So needless to say, I'm not very enthused to be having to suit up to go out into the freezing cold to walk the dog around and be yanked by her when she sees a rabbit in the backyard. I don't think she'll be wanting that same desire tonight, though, because of the snow, and I'm thankful for that. I'd like to have a time where I don't have to endure and just be, though. Oh, true. It's Zooble. Yes, actually, that means I have to change the name of the stream because we are no longer on Zooble. Or Ragatha. We are on Zooble. Let's make sure that actually updated. Yes, cool. And our next ad break is going to come up in about 7 minutes here. With luck, we'll have Zooble done by then. Zubul was based on a real toy that existed, and I don't remember the name of it. But it reminds me of a toy that I had. They were a very similar concept. I don't know if it was related to the same toy or not. I think we called them doodlebugs. But it was a very same thing. Like the body looked like the bean and had all these little holes that you could plug in body parts to, and all of the limbs had like noodle legs and things like that. I didn't realize that this wing was actually in an armhole this whole time. Let's try and change that shape up. Weh. Hello, foe. What have you been getting into today, foe? Not much. I was attempting to play Destiny, but since I don't got PlayStation Plus right now, I'm locked out of 90% of the game. Oh, that sucks. Are you able to renew the PlayStation Plus? I feel like that's a dumb question. I don't have a PlayStation though, so I genuinely don't know how it works. Tomorrow, hopefully. Good. It's really annoying that so much of games and stuff are locked behind that paywall of, hey, you have to pay extra to use the internet that you already pay for on this device. Well, I'm really not liking the way that this bottom tuft is looking. Getting back to my My Little Pony roots here, trying to draw this wing. At least Warframe doesn't need it, thank God, but the fact that I literally can't even join people on Destiny due to no PlayStation Plus is stupid. That is stupid. Ads are starting in 1 minute. By the time they're done, hopefully I'll be done with the lines on this Zooble. All we've got left of the antenna. I'm going to do something a little tricky here, I think. Try and trick the brain to getting as much out of this as we can. Let's rotate that just a little bit. I was going to do this as a 3D shape, but I think I'm not going to now. I think I'm just going to stick with the Y and not do the rest of the angle because it's an emote. It's going to be too tiny to really see. Oh, we've got 1 minute left to do the other one. "18 seconds." Oh well. Close enough in my opinion. Angry Eldritch Fox noises. We need to keep the servers running, so you have to pay. Bitch, you have more money than most countries. Suck it up, Buttercup. Yeah, exactly. At least I can try to get the weird exotic that came out. But then I'm going back to Warframe. Warframe kind of comes off as grindy. Is that an accurate assumption? Grindy, yes, but the type of grinding to respect your time. Just sit and forget and go do your own thing. I got things crafting while I'm also gathering parts and materials, then I can just hop off and come back on later when it's ready. I see. Trying to break the shape up a little better so that it doesn't get so lost behind Zubal's eye. Alright. And then just because it doesn't really make sense to do this on another layer, I'm going to go ahead and do the stripies in the line work itself. There we are. Okay. They're doing some quality of life things with crafting. They're testing to see feedback on lowering some of the specific Warframe crafting from 3 whole days to a single day like they did with the Kome and Rhino. I can see where that would make things definitely more appealing as a player. Now the real question is, do we want to put the little like angry symbol next to this? That like part of me feels like that's going to be a little too busy. Yeah. We'll see how it goes as just the middle finger. They also do like irritation lines. Maybe. We'll see about those. I'll pull those off on another layer and keep that as an optional. But for now, we need to go ahead and get some Zool color samples. So let's pull up their 2D art. And we will combine that with actual renders from the show. Not too far off from each other. Admittedly, I like this purple better. And the pink. Although that might not be the best for our emote here. What I'll do is overlay this color a little bit on top of the other color and then merge them. Thank you, Bronx. Thank you so much for coming into my room just to fart. We really appreciate it. Such a wonderful gift. The limb colors are all pretty much the same. One Piece has broken me once more. Oh. Looks like these holes were meant to be white, but I like this kind of cream yellow a little better. I'm going to do the same thing with the body that I did with the eye and the wing. Do the original colors with the 2D, and then we'll take the colors from the 3D render. Toss them on top. And then lower the opacity to about half. That way they meet in the middle. My favorite is not a beacon of joy. He is in fact traumatized. Oh no! The best ones always are. All right. I feel like the pink is a little aggressive. I might tone that down. Just a little bit. Okay. I like that. You ever have a character's childhood story completely recontextualize them? Oh no. Oh no. That's how deep I'm talking. Ah! Rip. That's beyond rip. That's a full-on rip-a-roni. He is in fact very lonely. Alright. Middle finger Zooble, plain and simple. Let's go ahead and change our canvas background to the transparent. Save this as a PNG. We've got one Zooble emote done in record time, I must say. Bronx, hey, can you please stop licking? Thank you, baby girl. All right. Next, comically easy one. A different finger. Bless you, Bronx. Obvious reason to get stronger, but there's so many characters with that. Veronka. I know, you're gonna start pestering me. Did you forget that it snowed? That it's still snowing?
If you become lightheaded from
Oh, wow.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Rosie, thank you for the hydrate.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
I did, in fact. We have got a finished Zooble emote. Whoops, hold on. Let's save this one as a new canvas already. There we are. And we can drag and drop that one over onto our list. Bronx. No, ma'am. Oh, hold on. My dog's getting a little unruly. Give me just a moment. All right. I had to go give her one of my empty water bottles so she could go tear something up. Even if my friends can protect themselves, I want to be able to have the ability in case they cannot. I can never tell if that's Homestar or Adam Sandler. That is, in fact, Homestar Runner. I wish that I could get that as an isolated audio file myself, because that one is through Sound Alerts, which was one that somebody else had uploaded for the use of the community. Problem is, I can't remember what episode it was from. I love Zooble. Zooble's a pretty awesome character. Come on, Wrist, cooperate. We've only got like half an hour left. We did the other one so fast, maybe we can get this one done too. I say, having very little faith in that. I've only ever watched Strong Bad Flash animations, and that was over a decade ago. Homestar's chill, though. Yeah, it's very much the brand of humor that I grew up with. It's kind of sad that it's at the end of its era and that they're no longer making stuff for it, but at the same time, it's vintage. It is aging well. Not everything needs to go on forever. the people behind it are still going on to make amazing things. I forget his name, but Strong Bad's voice actor, he has gone on to work a lot with Alex Hirsch. So he played, I want to say, several voices in Gravity Falls. I know he was Mermando. I'm pretty sure that him and Alex Hirsch get along very well, and they both share a similar thread of humor. Sorry, I just had to stop and stare at that circle for a second because it was perfect. Not a perfect circle, but it was exactly what the line art was. Holy shit. You. That was some pretty aggressive coughing from Mom then. I hope she's alright. She's still fighting her cough from this cold. Probably will be for some time. It's really the worst part about the flu and all that. Just the cough that lingers. Ah, my tummy, it's grumbling. The raptor hungers. We've got some really good spaghetti in the fridge right now. And I am craving it. Come get some pizza. I would if I could. It's alright, spaghetti's the next closest thing to pizza. It's all Italian. Part of me feels like this one's too close to the other one, but I'm not going to think about that. I've already started inking. I have to commit. Make it work. Puff that chest up a little more. Greg, I'm sending you some of the chili that we have left over here because hot fucking damn, it was good the day it was made, and chili just gets better as days pass. It's true, it really does. The longer that it sits to absorb that flavor, oh. And it's the perfect weather for chili. Nothing is better than eating a nice, fresh-made, well, maybe day or two old, bowl of chili when it snows. Oh my god. I'm glad you guys can't hear that, but my dog is going ape shit on that jug of water. It's empty. It's like one of those big gallon-sized jugs. I'll keep one back in my room so that I can just refill my cup of water without having to go out into the entire kitchen. But anytime that I finish one, I will go ahead and give it to the dog because it's her favorite toy on earth. She just loves the sound that it makes. I'm actually going to cut this hand off and scooch it a little closer to our edge. It's not much, but sometimes a couple pixels makes the biggest difference. Trying not to overthink these squiggles like I normally would. I do want to make sure I'm cross-referencing the other versions that I am drawing, though. The reason for that is consistency. Even though I feel like Zubal's probably the one character that should have the least consistency, given that they look different every single time that we see them. Actually, remember we kept this smaller on this sketch. Ooh, ow. Not a fan of that. I don't like the way that my wrist twinged then when I was trying to draw that. Means it's time to step back a little bit and do a stretch. There you go, big stretch. Thank you. Oh, no. I can tell. I'm like, my brain has fully shifted gears into food mode. Because the entire time I'm sitting here, I'm thinking food, hunger, spaghetti. I'm going full Mario. Go get the spaghetti. No, the spaghetti is the reward. I have to work for it. I have to earn it. No, that's a toxic mentality. Don't think that way. You don't have to work for or earn your food. That is not a reward for work. I mean, it is in this economy, but that's not a healthy mindset. But I do want to get to a stopping point on this before I stop. And we're very close. Boy, that wing is going to annoy me, though. Let's see if we can maybe, like, subtly scooch it. I don't actually know how well we skirted that. Oh, it's an unfortunate area. Hmm. Oh, no. Can we fake it? Can we fake it till we make it? Oh, that's close, but it's no cigar. Not giving up hope. We can work this out. That might be just good enough to pass. It's not great. What if we... Oh, okay, let's try this. Let's take the whole hand again. And we're going to try and cheat this. Let's tilt the thumb back a little. Maybe scooch the whole hand down a little bit. Some doofus with lactose intolerance forgot to take their meds before having pizza, so they will go LARP Keo again. Oh no! Godspeed. This will work, one way or another. Ooh, I like this song. Let me add this one to a playlist real quick. Oh, we got this now. Oh, we cheated the system so hard. No one's gonna know. Is it my favorite? Absolutely not. Does it work? Absolutely. We do what we must because we can. Here, gotta do our little antennae things. Oh, and we've got our little zigzaggy thing. That's always the harder one. I'm gonna re-sketch it, actually. Okay, that one looks much better. See, now here's the problem. We're zooming through Zooble. And that scares me. Because it means we're getting closer to Kane. And I'm still just not ready. I'm never gonna be ready. But that's okay. If you're scared to do it scared. What matters is that you do it. I would do the, Darth whatever voice, but my throat hurts too much. Thankfully, it's not gotten worse throughout the stream. I was really afraid that talking today was going to make it 10 times worse. Although, we'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow. It could be one of those sleeping issues where it's not going to show up until the next day. Hopefully not, though. Now, again, the hard part's going to be trying to get these kind of eyebrow placements. I think we're just going to have to give Zooble some thick eyebrows. That might be the only way around it. But that's okay. They look good with them. But there's no easy way to represent the lids on this. Hopefully the eyelashes will speak enough for themselves. Like, someone who has no idea who Zooble is might not be able to tell what some of these are, but I don't think that's my problem. Of all of the amazing digital circus cast, who would you eat first? Trying to go off of, like, Tism brain of which one I would be most likely to put in my mouth. if they were the size of toys. To be honest, probably Zooble. Zooble's the most colorful. But Jax supposedly has a chewy texture. So maybe him. I would definitely gnaw, like, his ears off. Kane probably would not end up being Vord. He's already a mouth. I don't like the idea of having to taste his spit. Bleh. Ragatha could be fine, but she's also tasteless. I don't mean that to be insulting to her, and that can be taken out of context. But I feel like fabric, you know? She tastes like chewing on a blanket. Not much excitement there. Although, if she's filled with beans, that might change things. That might be a nice chew texture. She's got the goof juice. That's true. Is she like a toad, where you can get a second-hand stupid? I'm not totally sure how legible these brows are going to be at a distance.
Bubble, you can't say that.
He might taste like those sour lip candies that Oh, I didn't even think about that. You're right. Are they sour? I always thought that they were like wax lips. Wasn't that a thing? I don't know if they were actual wax or... I know it was a candy of my mom's generation. Ones that I've seen were sour. Could be wax lips too, though. Well, are wax lips like a... edible? I mean, if they're just wax, shouldn't you not eat that? Trying to tell if we can work with this, but it do be fightin'. Could make it longer. We have the technology. No, it's still getting lost. Depends on the kind of wax. I mean, American chocolate's mostly wax. I'm back. What did I miss? Not a whole lot. We finished up Ragatha's emotes, and we are working on the second Zooble emote, which will be our last emote for the night, because we've got 5 minutes before our last ad read comes up. And then we will be ending things off afterwards. I'm glad that you were able to rejoin us towards the ends here. I think I am just kind of going to let that one half connect to the eyeball a little bit. Again, 1 pixel can make all the difference when it comes to emotes, so we're just gonna see how that looks once it's small. And let's do our little sparkly effects. Oh, and I almost forgot our spots. Hopefully not too cluttered. Let's go ahead and throw our flats down. Whoa, that was not the right color at all. We can fix up a couple spots here. My public library has a graphic novel that's a collection from many artists on the spectrum and them telling their stories or experiences in 1 to 3 page stories. That's really cool. Do you happen to remember the name of the book? I'd actually really like to look into that. I can DM you a picture. Thank you. I would really appreciate that. And just like that, we've got another zoomable emote. I'm going to go ahead and grab some yellow from our previous... Oh, we used a different yellow on Ragatha than we did on Kinger. Let's stick with Kinger's yellow. There we are. Oh, and just in time, our last ad break's coming up just now in about 1 minute. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to finish another emote, but we can spend the remainder of the time fixing up these last 2 sketches. Well, there's 3, but fixing up these 2 sketches to have a little bit of a better composition. And I think actually you're supposed to be that color. Or not. No, you're not. I don't think you're supposed to exist at all, actually. Let's get rid of you. I sent the wrong image. Aw! That's okay. You would have had plenty of time to look back at it and make sure that it was fixed, because it takes me a hot minute to get the DMs. Unless I am told during stream to go look at something, I usually won't be getting to it right away. And that's not out of any maliciousness or anything, it's just that I really value my time off of the internet. So I try to make conscious efforts to always keep a separation between the two and not allow myself to be kind of pulled in when I'm quote-unquote off duty. Farewell, friends. I'll see you on the other side. Oh my god, and the ads just started.
Did you remember to save
Thank you, Void.
all of your files?
Oh, and a posture check on top of it.
If you become lightheaded from thirst,
Oh, ah.
feel free to pass out.
Oh, I'm being love bombed. Waiting until the end of stream to love bomb? I never saw it coming. Oh, and a hydrate. Thank you. Even still the content. Oh boy, I'd never show my face in stream again. Oh. There are very, very few things in which I would judge somebody that harshly. Just touching up those last little bits of stray lines. Oh, that feels off now. We do have to fix that. Brandishes the squeaky hammer of enforced streamer self-care. Let's say it would have been an image that I only share with certain people. I shall say no more. I will respect that. I think this one's pretty good and done. So we will save it as a PNG as well. And then we will reopen it as a PNG. Go back to our list. And drag and drop. And try not to be angry over how similar it might be to the last one. Not too similar. More than I maybe would have liked, but I'm okay with it. Alrighty. Now we can look at our whole lineup here. Man, it's so crazy to see it coming together now. I know I said that we would go ahead and clean up some of these sketches some, but the ads went through and we are done. I'm not going to start anything else at this point because this is a perfect stopping point. They look really nice so far. Thank you! I really can't wait to get them done. I'm actually more excited than ever. I'm even excited for Kane, even though he scares me. And the idea of drawing all of those teeth, actually having to put detail in them. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I might keep it more of this Minecraft style, just for the sake of simplicity. Let's see now. Ooh, okay. Somehow you got burned into my monitor. Oh no! You can't escape me. I'm crawling through your monitor like the Ring! Now I'm gonna have a ghost. A ghost you on everything. You can have a small moss as a treat. Alrighty. Let's migrate over to our nightly window. There we are. That's my favorite movie, The Ring. It's funny, actually, because I don't think I've ever actually seen The Ring itself. There's another one that's just like it, The Grudge. And I can never remember the difference between the two because I did not grow up watching them. I was a little too young when they came out. And I was very much a fraidy cat child, terrified of everything. Oh, whoops. Hold on here. That's odd. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to do our last minute wrap ups on these things. I was 17 when the US Ring came out. Oh my god. Hold on. When did it come out? Now I need to know how old I was. 2002. I was 8. Silent Well Girl and Creaky Shut-In Girl. Yeah, I don't remember what the difference between the two of them is. I don't remember what it had to do with the VHS either. But I always confused the two movies for each other, so it was a very hard time for me to try and like piece together which one was which. Because they both had a scary girl. A scary wet girl. So I didn't really know which one like was the VHS one, which one was the well, which one was the croaking sound. She burned her hatred into the tape. The Ring and the Well is the VHS. The Ring was the cursed VHS, The Grudge is the cursed house. Oh. Maybe once I know a little bit more about the scheduling and how to make it work, and we start being able to do some movie nights and whatnot, maybe we'll try and have like one movie. I'd like to do like at least one movie a month, but if we're able to, maybe we'll try and push for 2 and have one regular movie and then do like one spooky night. Because I know horror is not everybody's cup of tea. But I think it would be very fun to watch all of these kind of classic movies or anything that I just haven't seen before with a group. There's a movie where they fight each other. Oh god. Haven't they been through enough? Ghost boxing. Freddy versus Jason style? Jesus! And then some at the end, not like sex, something else. Something else happens. Something that is not like sex happens. I'm gonna start using that to describe literally everything in the world now, just to throw people off. What happens next? Well, you know, something not like sex. Including actual sex. You guys are goobers. Alright. Well, before we linger too much longer, because I know Bronx is waiting for me to take her out into this snow where it's going to be terrifyingly cold for both of us at this point. I'm pretty sure it's going to start raining soon, so we'll try and get that before it's too much later. Let's go over the rest of the week's schedule here. So tomorrow is our gaming day. On Wednesday, we are going to be picking up Bendy in the Dark Revival once again. I genuinely don't remember where we left off, so I'm going to have to go back and check that. but that's going to continue to be our long play now that we have gone through Chapter 4 of Poppy Playtime. I'm probably going to go ahead and commit a full day to Bendy tomorrow, since it's the week of the anniversary of Bendy being released. So Bendy has turned 8 years old this week. That was news to me, and I'm very glad that we had Kat around to tell us about that. She has info dumped in the server, much more than I can relay here. But if you would like to know some Bendy facts, please go check that out. They were very generous in sharing it with us. And then Thursday, this is going to be exciting. 3D Thursday this week is starting something new or continuing something old. Either way, we are not working on NEP anymore because NEP has been completed. So no more Space Bun, sadly. We will not be seeing his beautiful space face. What are you guys saying here? It's like my not watching hentai shirt is triggering questions that my shirt already answers. Stop being cold-blooded, you lizard. I don't know what happens in that, so I was thinking Dragon Ball Z. By the way, I have asked a question via Discord. Okay, I will check that after the stream, after I've finished with the nightly stuff, because I do have to take Bronx out, eat dinner, blah, blah, blah. That stuff kind of gets put on hold throughout the day. Same idea, but more fitting than Dragon Ball Z. Some what facts? Oh, Bendy. Bendy and the Ink Machine, Bendy and the Dark Revival, the whole Bendy franchise. So that's the game that we're going to be playing again tomorrow. We are partway through it. I don't think we're halfway. Bendy's... Okay. Y'all are done. We are going to raid out. We're going to raid out to someone who I've never raided to before, I don't think. But they are a good friend of Rosie's. They're actually one of Rosie's... No, they are not. Are they one of Rosie's partners? I don't remember now. The polycule kind of interweaves itself. So I know that Husky is Victor's partner. I think they're also Rosie's partner, but I'm not totally sure on that. Either way, we're going to stop by and say hello. They are currently with a group of friends, and they are playing Raft. I believe Husky's also non-binary. So they, them pronouns. If you guys are not familiar with the game, Raft is a survival game, kind of like Don't Starve, except you are stranded on a raft. And you use a hook to fish up some debris throughout the water and build onto your raft and continue to survive through the ocean, finding various islands to explore. There's a really cool story, so check it out. Also, here is our raid message. If you wish to use it, go right ahead. If not, don't worry about it. But please do try to bring something nice with you if you choose to hang out with them. And that just about does it for us. So, I love you all very much. Thank you for hanging out today. And I will hopefully see you again tomorrow. If not, I hope you have a wonderful week. Goodbye.